of silence. A moment 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 of silence.
A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Stride Esports League Chess Tuesdays. Once again, it's Joshi, and we have Carl returning from an illness last week. How are you feeling now, Carl?
Feeling better. We've got no fever. We've got the voice back. Those were both things that probably would have stood in the way of commentating on chess. So, unfortunately, I was out yet again, but we're back for more Chess Tuesday. Honestly, my favorite kind of Tuesday, Josh.
Best kind of Tuesday. All of our matchups are always bangers, and to start off, we always got to do our due diligence and talk about all the cool things that we have going on here at the Stride Esports League. Starting with our weekly schedule, we go a different game every day: League of Legends, chess, Fortnite, Rocket League, and of course, always ending it up with Valorant on Fridays. And then on all of those days, we also go from east to west as well. Today, we're going to be continuing our coverage of the playoffs for the Chess League with the Eastern region. We'll move over to the Central, and normally would have a coaching hour, but we stopped that during the playoffs because all of our games are best of 5, and we are instead going to be going directly to the West. But we also have our bracket for the Eastern side of the Stride Esports League already, and we are already in the semifinals, Carl. We are mostly done.
That's true, especially when you're not here. The time really flies. I feel like it feels like last week I was like the first round, and now we're almost done. But we are in round number 3, the semifinals, second to last week here. Just a note, it will be a third place match over in the Western region later tonight. Not the semifinal because they ended up with some different numbers of teams and whatnot. But we're starting in the East, and we have 2 semifinals. If you can break down these numbers, we've got Michigan versus Ohio, the Michigan and Ohio Virtual Academy. Michigan Virtual Charter Academy, I should say, in both semifinals. So they each have 2 teams, and both of those pairs made it into the semifinals. At least they're not facing each other, but we've got a big state rivalry going on here.
Yeah. Honestly, kind of impressive that neither of them ended up playing against each other, considering they both have 2 teams, and the siege just worked out that way. But at the same time, we have to remember that while we do have one of our players coming in today, Ireland actually had a bit of an interesting situation last week on stream, if anybody does remember, because what we were able to see was that Ireland ended up going down 1-2 up against Alexander, but it's now moving on to the semifinals, and we are still waiting on the official reasoning behind that, but we will have their games ready to go here in just a moment between Ireland and Lizzie.
We are in the game, actually. I think, at least I'm in the game. I don't know if
you are in the game.
I'm in the
game.
We
have a Sicilian.
We do. We are playing chess out of the 64 squares, the first of potentially 15 games today. Whoa. There is en passant in the position, and you should always do en peasant if you can do it.
If you can. I actually wonder, because that's such a wild transposition of the position that I don't think you're normally supposed to be able to play en passant in French advance, but here we find ourselves. And typically one of the most common things you'll find is, yes, this pawn break is very common, but also the bishop coming out here is very common. Instead, we're finding a little bit of a gambit style position, but giving up so much to the center is definitely something that Lizzie has to be happy with.
Yes, absolutely. Center being hotly contested. I think not necessarily exactly modern theory, but fighting chess in the center. And you love to see that. The knight comes out, immediately going to get kicked away. I'm thinking sort of d4, challenge the knight,
Yeah.
maybe undouble your pawns.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Like, if this knight takes, then obviously you get to, get a little bit more control. But this C is what I'm going to call it in the center of the board is
Mhm.
going to be a little bit difficult to dislodge. And it's not going to be the easiest thing to play around. But jumping out to the side, it doesn't lose the knight immediately, but you will be sacrificing this pawn potentially if Lizzie wants to go that way.
Yes, indeed. Instead, the knight comes back out. You can just kick this away with something like h6. Later on, too, the white knight just a little bit offside right now. Where do you where are you going with this piece? Is sort of the question, but we'll see what Lizzie has exactly in mind for the pony. More pieces being developed. A lot of piece development. The engine not super pleased at this point. I think largely based on the structure and the center control, but at least trying to follow some principles, bringing out these pieces.
Yeah. I actually wonder if you're supposed to take here on c6 with this bishop, right? Because, you kind of lose control of this pawn. That knight can come in if you aren't paying a whole lot of attention. But I can't think of another reason why the bishop would end up on that square. Unless you are trying to throw in b6 at some point, right? You do need a guard for the knight.
That is true. Looking to prepare castling, I'm imagining, by bringing the other bishop out. Both players sort of just developing their pieces. I like the approach. We're sort of far enough in now that a lot of these principles have been learned by our players. The pawn structure not ideal right now in my mind for Lizzie, just giving up control of the center, the doubled c pawn. But I don't think completely out of this. The engine's saying -1 or so, nowhere close to a decisive advantage, especially at this level. So I think there could be a lot of game ahead. I also like that the players are taking their time for the most part, not completely blitzing out their moves.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on, we'll get to that later as we see this coming through, and this is a very tough spot potentially tactically, right? I'm immediately looking at knight a5, but not going to be happening immediately. Now, my thought was, what do you think of f3 in this position?
I don't necessarily hate it, just to try to get at these pawns in some way or another. At some point the e6 pawn is weak too. So if you trade on f3, then you can probably get your rook to f3 and start contesting the file. If you're able to take on e4, the pawn on d5 moves, and then suddenly the pawn on e6, as you sort of work your way up the chain, can be kind of a target. So I think trying to dislodge these pawns, the long-term weakness of the pawn being pinned, the queen being on the good diagonal, on the b3 g8 diagonal here, I think could be some sort of tactical weakness later on. But your idea of putting the knight on the rim, just attacking this queen, trying to dislodge it, I think also can cause problems. Queen goes back. That is not what you want to see.
We were just complimenting our players on taking their time with their moves, but hanging a bishop in one after spending less than 2 seconds on that move. Then very quickly moving on to the other side of the board. I mean, I respect the fact that what's lost is lost. You can't get it back. Now we'll see. Make sure that you notice what pieces are hanging. Yes, you are attacking here, but are you paying attention to the fact that your knight is now under attack? We did just see this mistake on the other side of the board.
Taking some more time though, so I think less likelihood of some sort of oversight. I think the idea probably trying to induce taking on f3, it would have been almost mate, but opening up some sort of attack there on the h7 square if the black pawn on e4 moved.
Yeah.
As evidently we've been calling everybody by the wrong name since we started. Looks like it's Lizzie with the white pieces, or the black pieces, and Ireland with the white pieces. So, oops on that one. Sorry about that, everyone.
I was
Names
following
were
your lead.
Yeah, and I was just following the scoreboard, which was not correct. Instead of
It's
looking,
production's fault.
Don't blame the production.
We love
Caddy
it,
does great work. But our inability to read the names. Also, poor as the queen is going to be hung. Lizzie snapping that up straight away.
I think we were a little bit too focused, and at this point, that almost feels like a concede. As another piece falls off, threatening the bishop, kind of, but
not actually.
Yeah, Ireland has run out of pieces at this point, right?
Yes.
The knight hasn't developed, the rook hasn't developed, the rook is not going to get to develop. This rook doesn't get to do anything, and as the king slides out, we see a potential mate in 5. Not the easiest thing in the world to find in this position, but going back to what you're talking about, when we had the knight and the queen here, I think there was definitely a bit of a tunnel on just trying to find this checkmate. It's like, ho, what if they don't see? But you can't play hope chess, is the way that I've,
Yep.
learned to call it. You can't just hope that your opponents are going to be making mistakes. You got to be looking for the best move in the position, especially when you have as much time as you do.
Absolutely. Yeah, hope chess does not work super well. Mate in 1 on the board. Rook F1 would end the game immediately. And there it is straight away. Lizzie taking no prisoners, able to find game number 1.
There we go. Kind of a dominant performance, honestly. We saw a much better understanding of the opening, much
Yes.
better understanding of how to control the center, what to do with your pieces after that. And now we will have to see if Ireland can bring it back after that, because it definitely felt as though once the plan started falling apart, Ireland didn't really have an idea of how to stop the bleeding. They just was like, ooh, what if we go here? What if we control this? Then it wasn't able to work out, but we're already into our second game, and they are going to be swapping sides, and this time Lizzie will, in fact, have the white pieces.
D4, we're expecting knight c6, and it is knight c6 on the board. The McKenna's defense, which we were doing a little bit of opening preparation for these players before we came on air, and exactly what we thought Ireland would play here, something that they clearly seem to enjoy. Now g6, putting the bishop on the long diagonal, likely trying to attack this pawn in the center.
Now, it is worth noting that of the 2 times that Ireland has played this, at least through the first 3 moves, they've won both times. But we are already moving into a bit of a different spot. And an interesting note is the last time that they had this position, Ireland, instead of playing bishop to g7, played bishop to h6 in order to try and dislodge. And instead, it looks like some kind of London-style system already coming out from Lizzie this time.
Taking in the center, I think you're winning something here. We'll see exactly, depending on the order, if it is winning castling rights against your opponent, maybe some sort of queen trade, maybe you're winning a pawn in the center. We'll see what they decide to go for. Ireland takes a think here, as that just gives up a pawn, I think.
It's another gambiting another pawn, I think is the official term. But one of the big things here is I don't know if I want to move my pawn. I don't know if I want to take this D pawn here, just because it's kind of a nice pawn to, block out the bishop, prevent the knight from actually moving out. Maybe I kind of want to force my opponent to take.
I don't hate that idea. It is a pretty strong pawn, actually. Blocking a lot, threatening the queen. I don't actually dislike that much, right? Check your opponent. Are you awake? Hello. You can't block with the knight. You can't block with the bishop because of the pawn you just mentioned. So I think maybe something like getting one of the knights to block and then taking on d6. Not the worst idea, especially if the g knight blocks. Already sort of develops itself to a weak square.
Yeah. So a very interesting position, already starting an attack, but this is one of those things that happens when you start having a better understanding of the position that we are starting to see from Lizzie, is just the ability to control a bit more space. And now I think pawn takes pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Best move. Takes back. Now that is an isolated queen pawn, an IQP, as that is common in many positions. So that is there. Just a little bit of a weakness, right? It's isolated in the center of the board. It has no pawn friends. You can just attack that pawn now. Maybe bring the bishop back. Bishop f4, perhaps. Look to gain some sort of advantage instead, just developing pieces. I don't hate that at all.
I think now we're probably going to see castle, moving over to the king side, getting out of the center of the board. Now the queen can move a little bit more comfortably, as both sides will be castling, because the knight is protected by the other knight. The superfluous knights, what that is called, is when the knights protect each other. I always thought that was a very funny term, because it's like, is that really what superfluous means?
No, not really. But I guess it's what it means here. Not really too sure. I do think it's it's just a fun looking formation.
Yeah.
Almost forcing the bishop to do the right thing, in my opinion, and attack this pawn on d6, sort of without meaning it, right? You got to move the bishop now instead of capturing the knight. Apparently it's like not a bad move according to the computer. So I will accept that.
Yeah, seems fine to me.
Yeah.
Now, the big thing that I always like to see in these positions is you start bringing your rooks towards the center of the board on both sides. Now, you do have to capture this bishop before you do anything else. You can take it with the now you can take it with the queen. Not obvious to me which one is better. Computer says that
Evidently,
one
that was
was.
correct. All right. Why? We'll never know. But for some reason, e4, moving the bishop, saying go find a new square. If it goes back to d7, you can take the pawn on d6. But it does not. I'm thinking something like, I want to defend the b pawn so I can move the c3 knight. But I'm not exactly sure how to go about that, actually.
Rook b1, rook b1.
Always play rook b1. It's possible. It seems a bit passive, but maybe it's not a bad move just to get the knight activated. Instead, bringing the other knight in to attack the bishop. Not terrible. You could have another superfluous knight and put that one on b5.
True. I'm currently thinking right now, whenever you have a position like this where the material is mostly equal, the pawn structures are fairly similar, you always start asking, like, what is my worst piece? What is my piece that is doing the least, and how do I activate it? I feel like one of the answers is pretty obvious. You bring this rook over to c8. It's a pretty easy answer. But the other thing is, like, what do you do with this knight? Like, this knight isn't really doing a whole lot. It's not able to go out here. This just gets traded off. Then you have, instead of an isolated queen's pawn, you have what would be called a hanging pawn structure, where you have two pawns on the C and D file, which is also very common in
Yeah, not any
D4
better.
positions.
Yeah, not great. Any of those choices will be bringing the knight out. I would imagine that will be traded. Not exactly sure, but those two pawns in the center, like you sort of are pointing out, very, very weak. Instead, attacking the pawn on d6.
There's mounting pressure here, and it's not easy to defend. I guess you could, if you wanted to, bring out the bishop for a turn and force f4 out of your opponent. Like, that is possible, but I don't think you necessarily gain anything out of that. And it
I
feels
don't.
like something
Yeah,
I
I
would
don't think
lose
you do
time
either.
in.
I think f4 is a fine move, especially because it's with tempo. Just advance, and then maybe you're looking at something like e5 in the future,
Mm-hmm.
and putting the knight on d6 as some sort of outpost if you're able to eliminate the d6 pawn. So a lot of I like f4 here a lot.
Yeah.
Computer loves something. I'm not exactly sure what. Is it f4? It is. So f4 is the best move, I think. I cheated, but
Mm.
the
It's a
engine
very
claim.
natural looking move, too.
Yes. Just get rid of the bishop straight away. But it also could feel a little committal if you're not confident. You are opening up the king.
Yeah.
But you're not really opening up the king to anything at this point.
Always got to look for what the concrete attacks are, right? One of the things that when I've been falling asleep recently, I've been watching Gotham Chess's How to Win a Chess series, in which he just plays
Okay.
people rated anywhere from like 1,000 to 2,500.
Sure.
And it's a great way to fall asleep. But one of the things that he always talks about is your king can be abstractly weak, and then it can be concretely weak. Abstract weakness doesn't really do anything because your opponent doesn't have a way to actually attack you, and generally that's like, maybe 5 to 10 turns. My king might be kind of weak at that point, and that's what the f4 move does. Like, is your king is abstractly weak. Like, maybe there's some kind of weakness long term, but for now you don't care because there's no actual way for your opponents to get at your king.
Yeah, absolutely right. It can look weak. Like, it's better for black now off of this move. But, for example, just because the engine says something, we've talked about this so many times throughout the various Chess Tuesdays, right? It doesn't really matter what the engine says if you can't show how to win or, prove that advantage. Now, bar moves back up as the knight is out to attack the queen. Queen will have to move somewhere.
I think it probably drops back one square, d2.
My guess is the idea was to bring the rook to d1, is why the queen moved forward to attack the pawn on d6. That's sort of my guess as to why that was played by Elizabeth. Instead, just goes right back.
Huh.
Says, just kidding, I'll go all the way back.
I don't hate it, but I mean, you can kind of see what the difference is in the game because it is just this position is black got an extra move, and now the game is even,
Yep.
right? Chess
Yeah,
is kind of
exactly.
wild how that always works, and now again, I'm looking at bringing potentially my rook to c8, but before I do that, I probably kick out the knight here with some kind of combination like this. Just
Yep.
say, hey, I don't like your knight there. I would like it to leave.
Please go away. I agree. That knight is very active and is just adding a lot of pressure to the d6 pawn, so you can defend the d6 pawn by attacking this knight. Because it's defended by the other knight, you pretty much have to attack with the pawn. You also could take on c3, I think, and just sort of see if white wants to double the pawns or if it would be willing to bring the knight back.
I think
Long to think.
I think I'd take with the knight every time.
I would too.
Oh,
d5
that is a very committal move.
and a pawn sacrifice, almost. It's not immediately, but I'm concerned.
Okay.
Love that. I absolutely love that. And the best move,
Yeah.
according to the engine, I think, just getting rid of one of the defenders, and then it becomes a pawn sacrifice. But maybe there's d4.
That would be fun. Do you take so after d4, both these knights would be hanging. And you can't really jump this one into the center because then this knight could solve two problems at the same time.
Exactly. Complicated position. I'm happy that we haven't seen some sort of knockout blow this game.
Yeah.
I mean, the engine's been within one or two pretty much the whole time.
Ireland, though,
Reasonably
has
close
about
game.
half the time of Lizzie in this position, and there's still a lot of chess left to be played. We're 17 moves in. I'm expecting that this position would probably take another 15 moves to really see some kind of checkmate and pattern come through, and 3 minutes is not a lot of time to do that. I am pretty instantly, looking at kind of takes after this, but
Oh. Threatening mate. Got to be careful. Excellent. Seen and blocked. Plus 3.5. The last 4 moves for Ireland has taken 52, 52, 43, 70, and 65 seconds. That was 5 moves, actually. But the last 5 moves all taking almost a minute. And they only have 2 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. So you can only do that a couple more times. This attack, it looks a little bit scary, but I think there's actually pretty much nothing here. If you're white, you can look to play something like bishop f3. Potentially f4, but also, bishop f3, bring the queen to defend, bring the bishop to defend, and sort of just hunker down, and you're going to be just fine.
And we have to remember, Tall would always do this, aha, one of my pieces is hanging, now I'll hang another piece. You can only take one of them on your turn. Like, what? Oops, don't do that. That was... How do I undo that?
Refresh?
I will refresh. I did not mean to guess that move. I do not think that move is likely to be played.
It seems unlikely. But you pretty much have to just go back here. I mean, you can play queen h3 if you want to, but it doesn't actually achieve anything.
It feels threatening.
Right, down below 2 minutes. And the queen just goes right back. I think you can just take now, the knight.
Yeah, other side of the board. And then
yeah, no concrete threat here from black.
And the computer is telling me that my guess of g5 was incorrect. Thank you, computer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I expect is on Ireland's mind is the fact that this bishop now can come over here to h3, force this rook to move out, but...
Bringing in the bishop.
But what's the follow-up?
I don't think there is one, Josh. I almost want to play something like f4 here.
f4? f4 seems okay. I'm looking at knight d5, threatening the queen, and then you can move the rook.
Moving the rook first. Nothing wrong with that. At all.
Now, if the f3 square was undefended, this would be a much more threatening position. Unfortunately,
yes,
it is defended. Or fortunately, depending on who you're cheering for.
Absolutely. If I'm white here, I'm trying to play bishop g4, like queen f3, and completely just plug the gap. Down below a minute now for Ireland. Almost no time left on the clock. Honestly, at this point, if I'm Lizzie, I'm just trying to not get mated and flag my opponent.
Oh, okay. Kind of forcing the knight to come forward here.
Yeah, attacking the queen. You have a check to follow on e7 if the queen goes to the wrong place. Otherwise, you can just bring the knight back potentially, or just leave it there. A lot of choices. 40 seconds
I know you're
now.
talking about trying to get this bishop, you know, something like...
Oh,
Oh,
no!
no! Lizzie has so much time here. I have to imagine that they'll find it.
More than 5 minutes. Against 37 seconds. Great time management from Lizzie. Honestly, Lizzie is playing this match very well. Really, really strong move so far. Good understanding. Playing a beautiful match. Knight takes on d4 to follow, too, after you take the queen. Beautifully done.
Good stuff.
Oh,
Okay.
takes the pawn instead. Don't mind that at all. 20 seconds left. Ireland completely toast in this position. No attack left. No pieces left either.
No time left. There's just not a
Yeah.
whole lot left for Ireland from here. And this might be a relatively fast Eastern semifinal. I mean, I just continue the gobble, right? Thanksgiving's over, but you can still pick up this pawn,
Yep.
trade off rooks. And after that, you're still
Absolutely.
left with a fork.
Yeah. Left with very, very strong position. Lizzie playing very well, honestly. I mean, great moves throughout. The right amount of time used at the right place, too, it feels like, right? At a couple moments pausing, but for the most part, playing relatively rapidly. Rooks traded off. 5 seconds on the clock for Ireland as they will be going down here and sending us to game number 3. Maybe they have some comeback plan for us. We will see. But any move right now wins for Lizzie. The flag will fall. And this game will end by timeout and putting Lizzie on 1 win away from moving on to the finals.
Yeah, I was kind of curious what the pre-move was going to be in that position, right? Because when you are that low on time, you can just throw out pre-moves. But it is worth noting that chess.com, unlike Lichess, does feature a thing where every move takes at least 1/10 of a second, even if it's pre-moved. So
that's true.
We would only have 3 moves left in that position regardless. But that is a very quick 2-0 lead coming up from Lizzie. Now, last week, we did have, I believe it was Alexander seemingly forgetting that it was a best of 5, but Ireland not making the same mistake, and we move into potentially our last game of the Eastern region.
G3. King's Fianchetto opening. Sicilian invitation. I guess that makes sense, right? Inviting C4 or E4, sorry. But it said D3. Very passive. You can see that's why the computer doesn't like it, right? You've played 2 sort of quiet moves, inviting black to take some space in the center. E6, maybe D5 to follow. Could be quite strong.
It's kind of looking like a modern defense, but flipped around, you know?
Reverse modern.
Yeah. So I almost wonder if we're going to get D5 here, and then suddenly black will be playing a Queen's Gambit. Yep.
I like this. A lot of very slow moves here. Double Fianchetto, I think, you know, an interesting setup, right, by Ireland, but I think not necessarily a strong one. Objectively, Lizzie on the other side just playing very, very well, I think. Very principled, developing pieces. I'm imagining the other knight will come out right now, one of the bishops maybe.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that hangs the pawn. And the rook, actually.
This is...
So you are losing an exchange here.
Yeah, one of my friends is an elementary school teacher.
Oh.
Okay. Now the threat here remains.
Knight F6. Oh, plugs the hole. Very, very well done. I do still want to see that knight be brought out just to avoid this being in the position. Yep. So I'm not sure if Lizzie actually sees it or if this was sort of, you know, good luck, but it doesn't matter, right? It was a good move, and that's what matters in the end, right?
Yeah. My friend is an elementary school teacher, and so one of the things that he always does is he says that when his kids play chess against him, he will always Fianchetto both of these bishops for that exact reason. Is as soon as one of these bishops moves, he'll just go pick up rooks, and it makes him feel very good. Unfortunately, this time Ireland playing a little bit too fast, not necessarily recognizing they had the opportunity to pick up the rook over there in the corner. And now, you know, the position is still in the balance, but I don't like this position as white. Like, what do I do? Is kind of like the biggest thing. How do I get any of my pieces onto the board? You have such a space disadvantage because of this wedge here in the
Yeah.
center.
I think that's the main issue, right? Is like your pieces are very far apart too. The bishop's looking in opposite directions. The knights are very much on opposite sides of the board. The pawn on d4 is a monster. If you play e3, I want to play d5 or e5, excuse me. E3, e5 just to solidify that pawn in the center. And the white dark square bishop is just looking. It's just a tall pawn essentially. It's got a little bit longer range, but not doing a whole lot. And the piece is just very scattered. Whereas for black, everyone's controlled in the center, castling. The king is safe. The pieces are almost out. Very, very strong position here and just a lot of space.
Yep. And there's that e3 you were calling for e5 before in order to, if trades, then you still remain with a strong pawn on d4. Interesting.
I guessed. My guess was incorrect. Oh, man. That's tough. Bringing the knight in. I'm not actually exactly sure why. I don't really see the threat. Maybe looking to
Feels good.
Yeah, right. Trying to take the pawn on d3, but it's defended by the queen at this point, so unsure. Oh, the knight takes, though, just giving itself up. You can just take that with the pawn, as that's not optimal.
Well, at the very least, it feels as though your space problem has been solved, but doing it at the cost of a piece, probably not the way to have gone about that. Now, wow, what a weird pawn position. I don't know if I've ever seen this before.
5 pawns on the queen's side against 2.
It's a huge endgame advantage.
It's true. If you get that far, you're zooming.
Yeah, the problem with playing d5 and takes is now, like, you don't actually want to take back with either of the pieces that you can. This doubles your pawns on the d file. If you let them take, then you kind of solve your issue a little bit. But this
You're
knight
still
is
down a piece.
Yeah, you're down a
So-
piece, you're down a pawn. I guess you're up a pawn, but you were a piece for 2 pawns, now you're a piece for 1 pawn.
And that's not looking like a great way to win on demand overall, as Ireland now thinking about their situation, realizing this is probably not the greatest position for them.
No, I think Ireland's thinking about. Ireland sees this bishop on this long diagonal. Yeah, it's a 100%. Ireland's next move is going to be queen g5.
I don't hate that idea. I almost want to see d4 right now.
Just plug the hole back up.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
Kind of about the queen, you could maybe play bishop d5 and just sort of solidify that. So it brings that out. You're right. Queen g5 does have that hidden threat.
But there's no way to dislodge the knight. That's the problem.
Except hoping it will move.
True, you can't always hope it will move.
But hope chess, we discovered. Not great.
Now, the thing is, now you need to get rid of this knight. But the problem is, even if you get rid of this knight, then the bishop comes out. And if Lizzie trades off these bishops, this queen doesn't have anything left to do on this side of the board.
True. Just don't move the knight, please. Okay, I like that move. I would also maybe take on d3 and just threaten the knight, or threaten the bishop.
Yeah.
Because you want to get rid of this threat before you forget about it. Because forgetting about things is a great way to lose at chess.
Now, one of the nice things is the queen does have to get off this file. All these squares are taken up. In fact, the queen doesn't have a whole lot of aggressive moves that it can make.
E5.
It can go here. This isn't
again,
great. Yeah. And going
all the way back. Wow. Now
this
I
move
would
is
take.
even better.
Now I would take on d3 and just get rid of this bishop. Solve your problems. Yeah, absolutely. Love that.
Yeah. Now it's just up a piece entirely.
Again, sort of going for that threat. Just take the bishop. Just get it off. Yeah, don't mess anything up.
That's definitely okay. We're done with this plan. All right, Ireland, you got to come up with a new one.
Yeah.
What's your next plan? Problem is none of the pieces are developed that need to be used in the attack, right? This rook hasn't moved. This rook is still staring at a pawn. This knight needs to come out onto the board, and I mean, takes, I guess, but like
A lot
feels kind
less
of forlorn.
activity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as much here. Right now for Ireland. Down to 5 minutes. Couple of minutes down on the clock. What do you do here that's active? I would just keep chopping.
Just get rid of everything. Yeah, as Lizzie, you don't need to be looking for a checkmate right now. You just need to look at ways like, how do I make sure I never lose this position?
Yep. Play safe chess. Maybe bishop d5 even. Just, I want to trade stuff off. I like taking. I think you'll probably take with the pawn back. Where do you go now? A lot of options. So many choices here.
A6 to prevent, the one threat on the board, I think.
Yeah, queen b6 also maybe threatening the pawn.
True.
Deep in thought, decides on knight there. I don't really mind that. Trying to be a little provocative maybe. Just see what your opponent will do. You're not under any real threat. Maybe also trying to get the bishop.
Yeah.
To f6.
I think I'm trying to get the bishop out. F6, get this control of the diagonal, pin the knight to the queen, then you can follow it up with like queen here.
Yep, a lot of choices.
Also, queen b6 is, looking a little bit better now because the rook would have to go back, and instead of going for this long diagonal, this knight is very likely to fall shortly. Well, I think that kind of forces the move we were kind of looking at before.
Yes.
Knight or queen goes to one of these two squares.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world to me. Right? You just don't have that many choices. So even by accident, you're bound to make the right move. But I think Lizzie has been showing things are not necessarily accidents throughout, playing very well.
And yeah, as we already take a look, the computer, at least mine, says a plus or a -10 advantage coming out for Lizzie. I mean, a big part of that comes from the fact that they're just up piece entirely.
Yep. I'm surprised it's only a piece. At this point, it feels like more. And that's why the advantage is -10.
Yeah.
It's because it is more than just a piece. Attacking the rook now. Pawn likely to fall on b3, and I think you're just crushing through. Also attacking the f2 square. So after the knight is taken, that is then a very strong attack.
Whoa.
And instead, takes the pawn. That will be recaptured. I would take with the rook. Yep. Obviously, the bishop is threatening. Don't want to lose your queen, but that's just more trades. This just helps Lizzie, who ends up now up a rook. Essentially, up 5 points.
And this is still a problem. This is still a problem.
I would just take the knight.
Yeah.
Just keep trading. Make sure you don't get back rank committed. Cover all your bases. Go win the game.
Yeah. I'm sure there's no threats. I like the fact that this luft exists. That square for your king to go off of the back rank. So that's not going to be an issue in the future. You could take the knight. You could also take this pawn here. Then you do have to be careful of potential pins.
I'm taking the knight here every time. And not thinking. That's also fine, but it lets the knight sort of get into the game. Well, the knight actually has no squares, so at least the ones that are active.
It could go back to b1. I mean, my first
the rook's
thought,
also under threat.
Yeah, is rook comes over here to b1, pins the bishop, and that's not the most pleasant thing, but not really an issue, because after takes, you can always bring the rook over to b8 and overprotect the bishop, and then you will just be up in endgame with a couple extra pieces.
Absolutely. I might even just give up the bishop and just take the knight right now and then walk away. You probably don't do that, but you definitely could.
Oh. Okay.
What do you see?
So this queen has to move, but after takes and trying to get the queen to stop protecting this square, Now you can go over here and force a trade of pieces.
That's true. Don't hate that at all. I
Mate
would
in
take the knight
15.
here every time.
Yeah.
Mate in 16. All right. Can't say I see it personally, but
I can see ways that it could be real, but it's just
Yeah.
like how to do it in a forcing manner is the tough spot. I definitely think. Okay,
Ooh.
well, giving that up.
Sort of smart. I think maybe just trying to get the queens off the board. You can take with the queen, then on
Yeah.
c3. And then also applying pressure, right? If you take on b3, and now I'm checkmating you, actually. That's mate in 2. So it actually does defend the bishop tactically.
I actually like that idea a lot.
I think that's smart. That's a high-level idea. Sort of setting a trap. Just don't mouse slip queen g2. There it is, mate in 2 on the board. Queen f2, queen h2. I'd be very surprised if Lizzie doesn't see this, mostly because I think they were setting it up.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised when people seem like they're laying traps and then don't, like, explode them.
True.
I'm like, yeah, I feel like you set this up. Like,
Yeah,
what
why did you
happened?
make that move then?
Yeah, beautifully done. And 3-0, Lizzie just sweeps to victory. Very well played by her.
Yeah, very well done, honestly. I mean, Lizzie was definitely the favorite going into this match, going up against Ireland. A 300 rating, or yeah, about a 300 rating point difference between the two players, and that maintained itself at the end. We also see that they were choosing to play rated games throughout, but that is the end of the Eastern side semi-final. And is it possible to bring the bracket back up, Caddy? Hopefully we'll get to take a look at that.
Yeah,
We can see where they actually go.
See who's moving on. This is on the top side. Lizzie of the Michigan Virtual Charter Academy, the #1 seed, moving into the finals next week.
Yeah, and that does mean there that Ireland will be playing in the 3rd place match against the loser of whoever ends up falling in the other semifinal, which is, remember, sister schools between the two of them. Now, it would be very entertaining if the players from the same schools end up playing against each other in both the 1st and the 3rd place matches.
Yes.
But of course, it's also the continued rivalry if they end up having to play against each other. You know, 1 in 3rd, 1 in 1st. You end up getting kind of a stack between the two of them. But so far, very exciting from both Ohio and from Michigan.
Absolutely. Many fun possible rivalry matchups coming up next week in those grand finals, which I think will be a lot of fun to watch, as was this semifinal. I think overall very, very well played by Lizzie. Seemed in complete control throughout the match and just sort of played great chess.
Yeah, very good stuff. But with that, I just want to confirm real quick here, Caddy, but I believe we are going to be taking a short break for about 18 minutes while we wait for the central region to be ready. So we will see you guys back on the hour at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Welcome back to Stride Esports League Chess Tuesdays. We just got done with the Eastern region. Now we're moving over to the Central region, where we have another high-level game, relatively speaking, between
Absolutely.
Aiden and Eric, who are rated 1500 and 1300 respectively. This is where we start getting into the territories of a lot of play in the game, and actually, we were looking at one of them. Eric, our OC user 727, higher rated than Carl in Rapid.
Yeah, are they not higher rated than you? Wait,
No,
are
I'm
you
like
higher rated?
16. I'm like 1650 right now.
Oh, all right. I feel like I've been chucked under the bus, but yeah, they are rated higher than I am in Rapid. I'm 1497, so I guess I'll just be sitting this one out. It looks like, but Eric is yet to lose a game in the Stride Esports League. They did lose 1 week, but I think they just weren't able to make it, or so they had to forfeit for some reason, and been absolutely crushing it so far in the league. Have not lost a match, and they are 14-0 on chess.com. Also,
Yeah.
So I think this is the only time they're playing here. So maybe some over the board experience. Maybe they play on that other website known as Lee Chess. Not too sure. But their opponent Aiden is almost 1300. So I think we are in for some pretty serious chess games today.
Yeah, it is worth noting as well that Aiden is currently in the Elite Division, which is, I believe, the second highest on the website. So they play a lot of chess on this website for sure. And one of the other things that's interesting is they are opposites in the way that they like to play it. Whereas we know Eric is a D4 player, Aiden is an E4 player. So different openings as white. And interestingly enough, the response to E4 that we will generally expect to see coming out from Eric is not going to be an E5, it's an E6, going for a French defense right off the bat.
French defense, not my favorite opening in the world, but we will see what we have on the 64 squares as we are on to the chessboard, I think. Players are in game, and it's 1d4 from OSU user Eric.
Yeah, as we expected. Now they are generally a C4 player as we jump into an Indian game, not going for Gotham Chess's favorite Trumpowski. I've been playing a lot of Trumpowskis as well.
I'm inspired by the Trumpowski, actually. I keep meaning to pick up. I've never played D4 in my life, but I might start playing the Trumpowski. Is it fun?
It is fun. It is fun. You just get these like wildly imbalanced positions relatively quickly, but a
Okay.
martial defense coming through, not the most common response at this level of play. Typically what will happen is after these series of moves, if you see this, the general best move is to take here and ask your opponent what they're actually going to be doing in the
Ooh.
center. But wow, this is an odd series of moves, but I'm kind of
Oh, just
curious.
giving up the knight
Yeah, interesting.
against a player of
Well,
Eric's caliber. This could go very badly, very quickly,
I'm
in my
definitely
opinion.
going to be saying that Aiden is waking up for that one.
Yeah,
Um,
I would have taken. I think you could take on d5 there. Oh, I just blundered a queen. All right, get me out. See you later.
it's okay. We figured it out.
That's tough. I'm waking up too, I guess. Carl hasn't played a lot of chess this week, so not a good sign.
Yeah. Wow. 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 Wow.
Plus 4.5 after 90 seconds.
That not what we were expecting
No.
at all. Now this position, even though it is very much winning, will take some time to win coming out from Eric, right? While Aiden is losing. Now there is a funny tactic that would sometimes work where you always have to be careful when the queens are staring at each other. Gotta look for checks, right?
Yep.
Now if this queen wasn't defended, if this rook somehow just didn't exist, that would win the queen on the spot. Doesn't work right now, but you got to think about that for later. Is if this rook ever leaves the defense of the queen, suddenly you can pick up some pieces.
This is why patterns are so important, right? The opening doesn't matter, the exact position doesn't matter. You have these two queens in alignment, and there's a bishop in the way.
Yeah.
Right? That's the pattern. Two queens staring at each other, bishop in the middle, done. Right? So that's why patterns are so powerful, is because you can sort of recognize that kind of thing. It's like a queen and a king next to each other or whatever, and you can pin them with a rook or skewer them with a rook. That kind of idea. I'm not explaining this very well, but similar kind of idea that you can find.
Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, trying to set up for this capture, that was going to be the most common response in these kind of positions. But it's also worth noting that backwards knight move also works to try and defend those positions, and you aren't really under much threat. And instead, kind of forcing a trade of pieces coming out here for Aiden.
Take. And now I would imagine trading queens would be my guess.
You could, but you're also a little bit behind in development, right? I probably just bring my queen out here, put pressure on the b7 pawn, and also lingering pressure here on the f7 pawn. Then I'm okay if we end up trading bishops off here on this square.
Well played. That's why this guy and you are higher rated than me. All right.
I mean, you could trade queens, right? Like it's not
I
a
would
bad
just
move.
because I'm up a piece.
Yeah.
And I would just I'm a big believer in trading down when I'm up pieces. Oh.
Whoa!
It's actually you can lose here. It's not super easy, but you have to play sort of precise. No
Yeah.
choice right now. You got to go in the corner.
It was not a good move, but now your opponent does have to think a little bit. The one thing that you do have to be careful of is this move coming forward and immediately dodging out of it. But the other thing you got to do now is you got to bring the rook, but that takes, as we just...
Blundermate, I love that move. That was what I was going to suggest.
Yeah.
Defending tactically, and that should allow the queen to just get back across. Ideas like f4 here as well.
Yeah, and just so we're all on the same page, right? This was a huge threat before because the queen wasn't guarding that square. No, for everybody.
Yeah, also
confused.
takes on h3 was
true.
mate into.
Also true.
But none of that left on the board, and f4 potentially coming. I think f4 also would have worked there, but you would have had maybe a draw by repetition or something else. So this just gets out of all the checks and allows the queen to get back some more defensive resources to come back to the white king's aid. Maybe also develop your pieces at the same time.
Yeah. I'm definitely thinking about ways to try and protect this pawn, but that kind of runs into issues here. Yeah, this position is very winning for Eric if they don't make any big blunders here. And that's part of why you got to take your time with all of these moves from this position. Just kind of like, I know I'm winning, and it would feel almost embarrassing to lose from this spot, so I want to make sure I don't. And that's kind of why I like the bishop sacrifice all the way over here, is just because you were unlikely to win before, you're still unlikely to win, but you're posing practical problems.
Yes. Absolutely. Just pausing in thought for a little while. Is Eric, I like this decision to spend some time on this move. Make sure you're defending accurately. Is always really, really important. Don't play f4 right now because there's that check on e4. So I don't mind that, but it does undefend the h3 pawn.
Yeah.
Just got to keep it in mind, right? It's as long as you remember, that's fine. If you don't remember, it's not fine.
And immediately going back to attack it again. Right, again, this would probably be a draw by repetition if you can get this move off.
Don't blunder it, Eric. I don't think you will.
Yeah. Also, do need to be careful with this queen because these squares are cut off by the bishop.
True. I'm almost thinking knight d5. Just to set up a fork.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If the queen goes back again. But instead, this is probably a much better actual, objective move to bring the knight back into the defense. Now you are threatening something like f4. You could even play knight g3,
Yeah.
I think. And there shouldn't be any checks.
Knight g3 does, depending on where the queen goes, can potentially lose, to a potential draw.
That is true. I
It
think
is
you can
worth
hide on
having this
2-1, but
protected.
yeah. You do have to be careful you don't blunder a repetition. I like the time usage of this game. A lot of thought being put in critical moments, right? They blitz at the opening, as a lot of sort of higher rated players will, but then actually using the time when they needed it.
Now the interesting thing here is I'm expecting this rook to kind of make some kind of a move like this. You lift it to the 6th rank, and then you put it on the G file. That computer says it's okay. It is.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, you do have to be careful though.
It does hang the pawn. So there's nothing after that. You just step aside and you're actually fine. But you have to sort of realize that you're fine, which I think is not the easiest thing ever, right? To just sort of,
Yeah.
Well calculated. He is right. There is nothing here, but scary to do that.
I'm again looking at just now. The thing is, like, this rook on the F file can't really leave because of this nagging pressure that we have. But if this rook can come out here to G6, you will have a bit more pressure, and it looks like that is currently the idea. Computer unafraid.
Computer's always unafraid. Computer knows everything. But there's ways to go wrong here, for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost wondering what happens if you just start launching pawns as well.
Right. It's not so simple at this point. Does f4 work?
F4. Maybe.
It gives the king a square to run to.
Yeah.
Also, is sort of my thought.
At this point, your king is so open. My immediate thought, f4 doesn't work right now. Oh no, it does work. Okay, I was thinking because it would hang the knight, but the bishop is disconnected from the attack. Right. Actually, f4, rook g6.
Rook f3.
Rook f3. I think it does work.
I'm just trying to get rid of one of the pieces, right, in the attack.
Yeah.
And then if the bishop moves, I can maybe even play e5.
Yeah. And that's the uncomfortable thing about this position, right, is... Hold on. Okay, so after f4, bishop d4.
Oh. But I feel like the rook doesn't want to be there anyway. right? You're sort of encouraging the rook to move.
Wait, hold on. Rook takes, queen takes, bishop takes on g3, pawn takes, queen takes. That might be a draw.
I mean, I guess it isn't, right? Because engine says it's not.
Yeah, I suppose computer says it isn't.
But I guess you run F1 and you can run all the way to the other side of the board, and the queen eventually can block.
Yeah.
Because if you can get the king to, but there's also the skewer. Maybe, right? So takes, and then check, and you walk the king over. If the king ever gets in the d file, then there's rook d8 check.
Yeah.
Winning the queen. Oh, but maybe you can block on d5 and you're still up material, even if like c6. I don't know. I'm not good enough at calculating to figure this out, but
Yeah. So that's what a very similar thing. So takes. Oh, okay.
Oh,
that
but you're giving
might
time.
actually be. Oh.
I'm playing queen f3 here.
Yeah, I like queen f3 a lot.
Or bishop f1. I want to gain time, right? I want to re-maneuver the pieces now.
Okay.
I actually don't hate that. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Because it's threatening mate also. Almost forcing the trade, I think. Very, very smart. I think Eric has played very calmly. Taking time at the right moment, right? 2 moves over a minute, think, in a 10-minute game. But in my mind, absolutely the 2 correct moves to be doing that. Because
Yeah,
I think you just end up a piece here. Yep, there's a trade.
Yep.
And now it should be over.
I mean, great ideas coming out from Aiden, right, in order to create practical problems, but Eric being calm, navigating them correctly, and now as you were calling out, dark squared bishops are here, rooks are here, and then there's just 2 extra pieces on the board, one of them for 2 pawns. Still, this is a massive endgame advantage coming out for Eric, and now Aiden needs to figure out if they can try and do anything. This wins a pawn, I suppose.
But you're just down so much now, right?
Yeah.
So hard.
It's both bishops, which makes it very difficult, right? You just park them on different outposts, you give them different pawns to hang out with, and they're suddenly not really attackable.
It's not so simple, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think this is completely obvious to win immediately. It's not that this is not a hard position to win.
Oh.
With white giving up the pawn, I think also not going to help your chances.
Yeah, I was looking at rook d1.
I think the king just walks off. So see you later. Eric just trying to find the best way to go about it. Make sure you don't blunder a bishop. Because if you do drop 1 bishop, suddenly this becomes a lot harder. A lot harder, I think.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
I think you just shuffle the bishops around until you can make sure they're defended, and then you can start making progress. Walk the king in, bring the rook in. You don't need to rush.
Yeah, you have a time advantage as well.
King f2, maybe.
Yeah.
Totally
you don't
fine.
really
want
want
to
to go
forward.
Yeah, you don't want to go g2 because after you push this pawn.
Okay, you can bring the bishop back. It's not the end of the world. But I think a little bit imprecise, maybe.
And this pawn is important. This g pawn is important to the defense. Okay, that should win another pawn. With a check. Very spirited defense, actually, coming out from Aiden so far.
Absolutely.
And this becomes a lot harder to win for white if all of your pawns fall off, because then you need to know some slightly more obscure checkmating patterns.
Yes.
It is possible to checkmate with 2 bishops, but it is difficult. Like, it's a technique
not easy.
Yeah. I conceptually know how to do it, but I have never actually had to do it in a game.
I think it's easier than bishop and knight, though.
I believe it. I don't know how to do that one either.
Bishop and knight is really hard. And in some positions, not possible within 50 moves.
Oh, interesting.
So sometimes you get messed up by the 50 move rule. I think there's still good chances here though for Eric, right? I mean, completely winning, you can bring the rook to the F file. The F pawn is pinned at this point. The king can't really move. I would just put the bishop back on b3.
Yeah.
Because then you've secured that bishop, right? That one's going to be fine. Instead, just sort of attacking the rook. I don't hate this, right? You're burning some time, but you do have to be somewhat concerned about blundering a piece. Don't block with the bishop.
Yeah.
I would set the king up, actually. E4.
E4.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. My biggest concern is just how do I get this rook in the game? As soon as that happens, the game is like...
Should be over. I think you can now. I would, yeah. I mean, something like rook f1. Because if you trade the rooks, it's completely winning. Because your pawn should live.
True. Okay.
This is also not a bad try, just infiltrating on the back rank. You eventually start to look for forks, you look for skewers, pins. The king is sort of cut off, right? The dark squares are very weak. And the time also taking lower for Aiden. Really important for Eric to stay up on the clock, I think. You don't want to get flagged.
Yeah, that is one of the big advantages when you are down material, is if you have a better clock than your opponent, you can oftentimes win. I think the king should be safe for now, but the bigger issues, the material differences. Soon the pawns will start getting picked off one by one.
I would probably play a4 at some point for white.
Yeah.
Just try to solidify that.
Oh,
finally the knockout blow. Yeah, eventually you find that. And that will just do it. Because the rook and bishop. Oh, against two. Yeah. Maybe trying to go for stalemate or something. You can actually set up mate. Should be mate in a couple.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask, do you think we see a resignation?
I'm a little surprised. I think maybe he's trying to play for stalemate, but there's too many pieces. There's too many pawns.
Yeah. Yep.
Rook in the corner.
The back rank. Yep.
This is very close to how you checkmate with two bishops, just without actually giving the check.
Well, good stuff.
The win. Great game. Really, really high quality game.
And we're instantly back in.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going here. A French defense, E4, as you called out beforehand.
Yep. Normal. Did we get an advance? With E5, this is one of the most common.
Yeah. Thinks for 4 seconds, plays E5.
Yeah. Okay.
C3, I think. Right? Is that the move?
There's plenty of moves. I mean, with the... Yeah.
This is still normal. I looked at French theory for 10 minutes once.
I have to know it because I tend to play the Horwitz defense as as black, which is
Quality.
after D4, you play E6, and a lot of times people will transpose, and so then I have to learn the French defense because it's the only set of moves that don't just lose on the spot.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Queen comes out. You gotta know what you're doing here, though.
Yeah.
Or you can end up in a really bad spot. I have been on the worst side of too many Frenches. And then I feel really embarrassed.
Now, if I remember correctly, there's a trap in the next couple of moves where you can play A4 and this pawn becomes unattackable because the queen gets trapped. But
doesn't know it.
Yeah, instead go to be over here.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I don't know the move. Maybe something like Queen C1 also possible, but then you hang the pawn. There's a lot. Yeah, this sort of position in the French, I lose like 85% of the time because I blunder something. I'll be like, oops, I lost 2 pieces. And that's really embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the move was for white, but you can make the B2 pawn a poison pawn unassailable. But now this should be good for black because it's kind of like a Sicilian where your C pawn comes in, takes the D pawn, and suddenly you just have a stronger center than your opponent. But so far, impressive stuff coming out from both players. You know, even just knowing about like 5 moves of theory from both sides is good.
Yeah, not bad at all. Playing well for the most part. Deep in thought right now is Eric. I don't hate that. I think that's smart. Sort of out of the book a little bit, I think. I think B3 was a little bit of a surprise. So now taking just a couple of seconds to think.
Reconnecting 1 sec.
And takes in the center.
Unsurprising. Now the bishop can't really Like, you can't really take this back. Okay, choosing to.
All right, but white gets
Yep, this is
attacked.
the
Oh,
problem.
yeah, I got to be careful. This is just better for black now. A lot of pressure.
Usually, I've seen this kind of move in these kind of positions. Because you can't really move the knight. Now the question is, can you put more pressure on the knight and immediately trying to jump out and cast at the same time? I mean, honestly, really good stuff from Eric. You can definitely tell that Aiden has been one of our stronger players, but
Yes.
it feels just like a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's a good way to put it. I mean, Aiden's played very, very well all season, only losing a couple of games, and put up a great fight in game one. I mean, that was a great game of chess, game number one. Obviously, Eric came out on top, but there were a lot of ways that could have gone wrong. I mean, I would not have been surprised if I would have lost that position.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in there, right, with the attack. Lashing out here. I think you just take it, and then you can attack the pawn. There's no way to defend it.
Yep.
Maybe even a
Really?
better version here, because there's no knight trading threat. I would just take the queen. I would take the queen and play knight f5.
Yeah.
Pick up one.
Queen takes out here. And there's no real way to defend the D pawn after that. And it looks like Eric's on the same page. Okay, that's another way to do it.
I would have not gone that way, because now you get pinned. So now you don't pick up the pawn.
Oh yeah, you can see that the advantage goes down to slightly winning for black.
Yeah, I think he's messed this up a little bit. I would probably
Yeah.
just castle here and accept the seven pawn chain. Step. Ooh, okay, interesting. Steps forward.
I don't hate the idea because
I don't either.
at this point, you know, with queens off the board, suddenly kings become important parts of the endgame. And now our biggest imbalance is one, you know, semi-open C file for white, semi-open B file for black, and then it's bishop versus knight on the
Oh,
far side of the board.
why is it? Oh, you just lose the pawn. Okay.
Yeah.
But you take back.
Well, then you also lose the D pawn.
Yeah. Cool. Said defense.
Oh,
Interesting. I'm surprised he didn't see that. Although, I mean, I didn't see it either. But I would have
yeah,
taken it and just thought it was a trade, and then I would have noticed the D pawn was hanging.
yeah. This position is now very difficult to win. And so we were saying that we were thinking Aiden was getting outclassed, but now at this point, actually in the lead, but it's not obvious how. One of the things that's so the thing about the light squared bishop is it cannot affect these pawns at all,
No.
but it has so much freedom of movement, right? Like that's the trade-off of having the bishop on the opposite color complex.
Yes. This is a very close position.
Yeah.
Easily the most sort of unclear position I think we've seen all night.
Almost this entire season, honestly.
Right, because I think last game, well, it was maybe unclear, right? It was like sort of obvious what the idea was, right? You're attacking, and the other person's trying to defend, and you
Yeah.
know they'll either break through or they won't. But here, it's actually we're in some sort of end game. Maneuvering becomes relevant. And they each
I
have
would not
7
be
minutes on the
surprised
clock.
if
This could be a long game.
Yeah, I think this will be a pawn endgame at the end of it. It definitely feels as though both sides are going to very likely trade off these rooks, and it'll become. I think the one advantage and the reason why this position is slightly better for white is because the C pawn is currently a backwards pawn because it has no pawns that are defending it from the back, whereas the semi-open file on the B file is not a backwards pawn because it's being protected by this A pawn. I think that's the difference.
I don't love that. I was gonna say we could maybe see a repetition. Bishop b4, knight d2. Sort of just go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Other ideas, I'm thinking the a5 break.
Yeah.
a5 maybe followed up by c5 to push the d pawn. Just sort of break the hold in the center. Some ideas like that are often good in endgames because you giving up the a pawn to double on the a file. The doubled a pawns don't really do anything.
Yeah.
In general. Goes back. I like that. Now knight d2 maybe. But basically just trying to let your pieces get into the game. You can just defend that though. Maybe bring the other rook in. Rook
Yeah, rook
hc8.
HCA. I definitely like that a little bit better. I mean, this H pawn is defended currently, but I'm not super fond of having the bishop this far forward in the position.
I also might just take. I don't like that. Now the other rook stuck in the corner. I was also going to say you could maybe just take the knight
Possible.
and just to relieve a little bit of pressure, but maybe you don't want to give up the bishop, which is probably better here in the end game.
I almost like the knight though. Oh, interesting. We're back to a draw.
I wish I thought this much while I was playing my own games. It's like so much easier to calculate this much when you commentate.
Yeah.
What you do here? I'm concerned about the H rook. It's just not playing.
I wonder if it's a doubling action. That's what we need to see.
I might. It looks like we're gonna have some sort of trade though, because
Yeah.
I feel like b5 is in the offing, and then you trade, and then you just trade everything.
Yeah.
But then the black king is so much closer. I'm concerned about the queenside passer for Eric, if he's able to win a pawn here. He pushes
Ooh.
that. Much better for white.
But how? But why?
I have no idea.
So, my initial thought immediately is always, does b5 work? But trade
No.
takes, and then a couple of rooks, and then this passer just becomes too strong as... Whoa. I honestly wonder if that's a mouse slip.
Trying to do what though?
Or clicking the king,
Mm,
thinking if you want to play f1, and then trying to click off the board to deselect it.
possible. Excuse me, possible. But essentially, in my mind, like a doubly unfortunate move, right? Because you're A, just giving the move back to your opponent, but B, you're sort of going the wrong way. Like you're actively going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
I think that the king is so far away. You should be able to just, if you can get these pawns off and create a passer maybe on the queen side, you should just be able to push the pawn. If you get the rooks off, can you play f5?
Right now. I kind of like it to kind of lock it, and then you get your backwards pawn here.
Right. I'm just trying to keep the rook out, right?
Yeah.
Because if the white rooks get active, you could be in real trouble.
I was looking at the other side of the board. I wonder if rook b8
Oh,
is any good.
I'm just worried about the f6 pawn. Okay, well, what do I know? Well played. Really? I guess even if you take with the pawn, you just take on b4, and you get the path. You're just not like completely destroying these pawns.
Okay.
now
Now
better for
is the
black.
question. What do you do with the f pawn? Do you push? Do you take?
I think now you can take. No?
Now you can take and bring this rook into the game.
Yeah, rook f8?
Yeah. The
And then
one
you're solid.
Yeah, the one thing that I would love to see is, one, creating a way for this king to not be stuck over here, and then get this rook onto the third file.
Right. Just plays
Mm.
f3, but starting to be weakening. Now the rook's getting active. Now you're starting to be in trouble if you're white. The rooks are getting tied down to this pawn. And if this pawn falls, the a pawn could fall as well.
Oh, man.
I think you just trade now, yeah?
All the pawns fall off.
You
And
could
then
also
suddenly
take
you have
the
a C
a4
passer.
pawn. I don't think it's necessarily good, but I think you think about it for a second or two.
True.
Just to see. I bet the other pawn falls with check, and then you have a defended passer, which is probably not great.
Yeah.
a5, just quick check, doesn't play it. Probably smart. Probably not good.
But yeah, as you said, worth asking is like, does this work?
Right. You have enough time. You have enough time to think about it briefly, because if it wins obviously sometimes.
Yeah.
Or it's sort of like, oh, okay, we just trade it and I just win. This looks a lot better now for black. That he should convert this, I think.
Take a little bit of time, though.
Yep.
King c6 is my immediate thought.
Yep. But then you have to be careful about the e5 pawn. I've been disconnected. That's unfortunate.
Oh.
What
That's a
happened? What
high-level
happened?
move. That's a high-level move.
Oh.
Rook a4.
Not actually threatening. You can just walk the king in now. Because the pawn is not under threat. You could push it too, but... Oh,
Whoa,
smart.
using the other pass pawn.
Walking the... Oh, he clears the square for the king, so the king can walk in. I think, is the idea. You can also just check now and pick up the pawns. If the king steps to the left, you just pick up the pawns on the right.
Wow.
Basically saying, I'm going to go wherever you don't go. King steps away, boom, I'm going to push. If you move the rook over, I'm going to push the other pawn.
Great technique. Great
Yeah.
technique coming up from Eric so far.
Playing better than I would, for sure.
Yep. Just D2.
Yeah, or you can take the pawn even. Not as good. I think
Still
D2
winning.
probably the best move. But any way you get rid of this pawn, basically any way you eliminate a pawn here with white, you're going to require a rook trade. As long as black can just push D2 right now and you can't lose because you're going to trade rooks and then the pawn endgame is always going to be winning. You can just walk the king forward, pick up the pawns, and it should be an easy win.
One of the big things here is because these pawns are so far apart from each other, the king cannot defend both of them, right?
Yep.
If this B pawn was over here on F7, it might be defendable. Very tough, but maybe.
Right. Always depends exactly where you are, right?
Yeah.
But I think you just walk the king in now too, because I don't think you even really want to take this. If you're black, you just defend this pawn, walk the king forward, pick up the other pawns, and win the game, because the rook can't move. The rook can't take the pawn in b5, because you just queen.
Yeah, we are very rapidly approaching a spot of zugzwang, right, where any move that white would make would be losing, and now bailing out on that pawn in order to get access to the other ones.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. Could play
perhaps not
b4
the
here.
cleanest way, but still winning, and that's the most important part.
In this kind of endgame, your actual accuracy is like sort of irrelevant in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, okay, do you wish you could be Magnus and you know, play all the best moves for 15 moves? Like, yeah, but you don't need to. You just need to win the game.
But time is starting to become an issue, right? Less than 2 minutes on the clock, 20% of the starting time, whereas Aiden still has 4 minutes to try and defend. Very spirited defense coming out earlier. Wasn't quite enough, but created practical problems.
Down to 90 seconds. For Eric, you do have to be careful. I mean, it is winning, but you don't want to get down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, it is possible to lose this game.
Yes. Much more likely you would end up in a draw somehow.
Yeah. But if you lose, it'll be on time.
Yes. Thinking a long time. It is not completely clear. I would probably play rook b1 or rook b4. And either you're going to trade rooks and then you just win. Exactly. Or it's not good. Right.
Still winning.
I would just. I just want to put the rook on b1. Right. I want to clear the rook off the b file and advance my pawn, and then go pick up the other pawns and try to push them.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that would be the
That's it.
Yep. Absolutely. You can do this, trying to shoulder the king away. You just be a little careful.
You have to play g6. You have to play g6 right now.
Or run away, or run back.
Yeah. Or abandon the b pawn.
You might be able to play king a2.
Okay, that works.
This does work. Does it? You have to set back. Okay. Ways to lose this, though.
Good recognition.
You still have to be careful. Wait, how do you stop the pawn? You clearly can, because the computer thinks you can, but I don't... How do I stop the pawn?
And he resigns?
Wow.
Wait, how do you stop the pawn?
How do you... What am I missing? Okay, they're going to start again. Commentate, we got to figure this out.
We'll go back. We'll go back afterwards, because I am...
We're going to go... I'm stunned. He resigned, completely winning position.
But anyway, d4 position coming out. We are 1-1.
Wow.
And a queen's gambit accepted. My favorite variation. Now you have to be very careful of b5. Very close to losing. All right, this is a boring. All right, you take.
Not as interesting.
Not as interesting. I definitely have shown Carl this line a couple of times as, wow, that's a very odd damaging of your own structure for very little benefit, and now you're going to be losing a pawn.
Yeah, queen d5 maybe. defends. Or that. Crushing for white already. Wow.
I've seen Queen's gambits go wrong for black very quickly, but
Yes.
not in this line, I must admit.
I'm still shocked. Resigning in a winning position.
There's only one way to defend this pawn, and it is not worth it.
No. Do not set the king up. Please.
Wait, it doesn't even work. You basically could checkmate. Yeah,
Don't tell.
I'm just thinking. Okay, that works. That works as well. Man, this position is ugly. This position sucks for black.
Yeah, just an opening gone wrong. This is sort of what it looks like sometimes at a high level when the opening goes awry.
Yeah.
It just does not look good.
I'm still thinking about the other position.
Oh my! If you trade, the king just walks back in time.
Really?
Yeah, the pawn on G. So okay.
Oh, because you don't follow it. You go.
So there was pawn push, and the G pawn takes on F6. The E pawn takes on F6, and the king goes to D6. The pawn goes to F7, and the king goes to E7.
Yeah.
And the king, and he just he was 2 moves away from winning. He resigned.
But if you're low on time,
Right. It looks so scary.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't see it. We didn't figure it out immediately. Fascinating. Wow.
Yeah, there's some very good puzzles actually that I can think
That was a
of
really interesting game.
Yeah. As we get into this one, it's
This is
we're
not
starting to run out of moves for Eric to create these annoying problems, but the issue will remain. You can't cancel as long as his bishop is here, right? You gotta find a way to get the bishop out. This
Queen-
looks really ugly.
I think Queen B5 was just winning the piece,
Oh,
and then Knight E5.
yeah.
Unless I think I don't, because you can defend it with the queen, and then you just attack it with the knight.
The other really interesting thing is if you go here and queen goes this way, you can actually throw in very cheeky.
That is
knight
cheeky. That's a
d5
good move.
too.
That's cheeky.
Okay, now I really want to play. No, b5 is too slow now because then you can push the pawn.
Yep. No longer works.
But looking for a long side castle, that's
Very dangerous.
yeah, that's spooky.
Oh yeah, that's big spooky.
Okay, rook
the engine
FC1.
immediate reacts. Wow.
I
Yeah.
probably would have done the other rook, but this is still fine.
Absolutely correct idea. Maybe you're gonna double there anyway, so in the end it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Now ideas like knight e5 again come into the position. If you can stack here, right? Just try to distract the knight. Because knight e5 almost guarantees the knight has to capture.
Yeah.
Because you're threatening the queen and you're threatening a fork. I don't think you're really that concerned about getting this bishop traded off. The bishop's not doing a whole lot.
No, I mean, I look at this bishop and I go, okay. Now the one thing you do got to do is make sure that this square remains protected because there's currently a fork,
Yep.
so this knight cannot move off of that square.
Rook
For now.
FD1, maybe, and then if takes, you're just getting a way to double.
Yeah. Because after this, you are creating a lot of pressure, staring directly at the king. There's also, I'm starting to look at, wait a second. Oh, this knight is here. Okay, because I was thinking, can you sack here with the queen? Not yet.
Oh, sure.
You can't do it
Oh,
yet.
true. Great move. I like that idea. That's a good find, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Takes.
Okay.
What do you take with? Okay.
Yeah.
Totally fine. You're just adding pressure. No need to go fast.
I mean, there are two pieces on the far side that are just not playing, as chess.com
Finally,
asked
yeah.
me to refresh the page again.
Gets the double in. Now you're just threatening to take. So you're winning the queen for 2 rooks. So you're, if you want. But the knight has to move.
Yeah.
And then your tactic does work. I don't know if it's actually any good because you lose the knight at the end too. But
it's cool.
it is very. It's a good find. It's a
Yeah.
it's a fun puzzle.
And so for anybody who's curious, the idea here is like if this knight moves, queen takes here, pawn takes, knight takes, forking the king and the queen. So you will win the queen back. And it might be enough because you have so much pressure here and this pawn can't take. It's
And it's
probably
cool.
not. It is cool. Okay, it doesn't work anymore. But you have a different fork. Knight goes here and it can't be taken because queen is pinning.
Oh, genius! You can also just take the knight. Yeah, I think that's a little bit
Boring.
more. Yeah, it is. I agree with Josh. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think it's the best practical chance. I think this is very smart to do this, especially if you don't see the tactic, which, okay, would have just won on the spot. But,
Only plus 10 now.
but it is way less fun. I certainly will agree with you there. This is it's not completely obvious how to win this, which I feel like I keep saying, but then
Yeah.
he didn't design last game, so.
I want to play queen here, because if bishop blocks, then you just take it. And then it forces the rook to move to a light square, which is the same color that the king is on. And it has to be careful. It has to go here, not here, because if you go there, then you win the rook with the geometry.
That's why you're 1650. and I'm not. I would not. That is the kind of like 2-move sequence that I just like never find.
Yeah.
But I think I'm just not looking for it. Like I play 1 move at a time, which is a really bad way to play chess.
Now there's not a lot of issues in this position, but the first thing I'm looking at now is, again, this move feels more forced. There's not a lot of other good moves,
right.
so you're creating
You're
space.
asking me to do it.
Yeah. And now, again, the rook has to go here because this will get taken, and they find it.
Instantly finds support. I think I would have found it. See, here I would have found it because I would have been forced to move.
Yeah.
Right, so it would have been 1 move at a time. But beforehand, that's the kind of like vision that I struggle with in a big way.
Yeah, I remember
actually,
when
not the best move. Sorry, there. The engine moved down when he took the rook.
Interesting. I mean, I definitely would have done it. It's definitely one of those like, good enough.
Cash out. Yeah, just cash out.
Yeah.
When we were playing, I think I had some vision issues.
I mean, we both did. All right, well, there goes the bishop, and now this is such a large material advantage.
This should get solidified very quickly. I would be stunned if this game lasts more than 8 more moves.
The only thing to worry about, is the back rank, and great find. Yep.
The pre-move. I would not be pre-moving with 6 minutes and a back rank weakness. I know he blocked it. I get it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing it.
There you go. There's a mate in 1.
Do you see it?
Here.
Queen C8, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those, like, if the engine is telling you there's mate in 1 in this position, you find it
obvious.
instantly.
Yeah.
But if
I don't.
Yeah, like if you don't know that it's there, it's not the easiest thing in the world.
I don't understand this move.
What's
the point?
I'm not sure. To me, it just looks like it blunders a knight.
Right. Yeah. It's not. Okay. This is. Oh, it's smart. It's mate in 1. I think this is the idea. Okay. Maybe he forgot it could get taken.
Either way, though, great.
Game 4 coming up. Wow. What a game. These have been very, very, very entertaining games, I would say.
Definitely enjoyed them. Honestly, I do have to say that between about 1,000 and 1,800 is some of my favorite chess to watch, because it's not so high level that I don't understand the moves. And, like, chess is, you get a lot of chess that makes sense, and we go directly back to a French defense.
Yeah. I actually will agree with that. Because, like, these games I find very easy to follow.
Yeah.
Especially with the engine. Like you can sort of follow along. All the moves sort of make sense because I can envision myself making them. Whereas like you play like 2000 plus, and even some of the theory is just like, okay,
Yeah.
you happen to know this and I don't. Like, great. I have no
Well,
idea why you're playing any of these moves in the opening, and now it's over.
Yeah. And once again, I mean, we're seeing that Eric has a pretty good understanding of how these openings are supposed to work. Very similar style of position. The one thing that we're kind of missing is this Queen B6 move that could come out.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, it's not as though the setup coming out for Aiden doesn't make sense. It is slightly worse, but it's not obvious how, right? There's still a lot of things that can still be done. You're still trying to castle. You will end up getting potentially big trades in the center. And I think one of the differences is I think you can take this pawn, and then at the end of it, you pick up this one.
Gobble, gobble. Are you part of the Pawn Grabbers Club? Do you like to grab pawns in your games?
Yeah, probably too much.
I agree. I love it. I'm like, oh, I'm up a pawn. I'm winning.
Woo!
That's like literally my thought process. Which like I'm far too experienced and high rated for that to actually be the thought process.
Yeah.
But I'll be like, oh, I'm up 2 pawns. Like I'm winning. All I do, I'm like every time I'm just, I trade down and I win. And then I usually blunder something and lose. But
Yeah, when I was because I don't think I've ever really played on chess.com when I was lower rated than 1,000, right? Like I just played enough as a kid to kind of get over most of those issues. But
sure.
It's definitely okay. Can you take the B2 pawn is the question.
I have honestly no idea. Maybe.
Take knight A4.
And the bishop's, I think it's almost trapped immediately.
Yeah, you cannot take the pawn.
Yeah, it is trapped immediately, right?
Yeah. This is the line.
There we go. Okay.
This is very similar to the line, right? Where you cannot take this B2 pawn or you lose the queen. And I think that's what Eric is thinking about.
Please don't take it, Eric. You're better than this. We're gonna find out if he is, actually. Worth taking the time, though.
Yeah, we're taking the time.
Unfortunately, it's not that deep of a calculation.
Yeah.
It's one move, and your queen can't move. Like
and if you've played enough of the French, you might not remember exactly what the line is, but you know this kind of line exists.
Yeah, even I know there's some variation in the French where the queen gets trapped taking the pawn.
Yeah.
Like, and then that's what I would be thinking about, right? Is this the line? Like, did I accidentally play it?
Yeah, and the A3 move is obscure enough that you have to be like, huh.
Yeah. Otherwise, A3 would be a square for the queen, obviously.
Yeah.
Deep in thought. I guess you have to eliminate queen takes B2, and then you also have to come up with something else.
True.
It's like a multifaceted move here.
It's one of the things that I both love and hate about chess. You're like, does this work? No. Well, crap. Now I have to spend another 30 seconds trying to figure out what else to do. Because the other thing that I'm instantly thinking of is C takes D5, or C takes D4.
Yep. Just start trading in the center.
Yeah. No. Oh, no! They took it! Okay. Knight A4 wins the queen. For a rook, but still wins the queen. And he knows it.
Oh, no. Disaster. He thought for so long, too. I'm surprised Eric didn't see this.
I think what Eric was doing was he looked at what would happen after rook B1, in which case the queen could take here. But now, down a queen, I think we're well on the way to a game 5.
I think we have too. I would be surprised if Eric's able to pull this back. Although he has actually pulled not a terrible amount of material back. For that queen, a rook and a couple of pawns.
It's not the worst thing, but I mean the queen is
definitely
just so strong. I mean the big thing is like you can't move this bishop in order to castle because this queen is on the diagonal.
Yeah. You're sort of out of options here. You're just worse.
Yeah.
You're kind of just
Wow.
losing. Yeah, and that's sort of it.
Wow.
Wow.
2.25 minutes to hang the queen.
Yeah. Essentially. Thought for more than 2 minutes. More than a fifth of his time. He's played nearly perfectly so far. In the league, right? You gotta mess up sometime. Oh no! And the screws, the wheels are just coming off.
Yeah.
Oh, is this isn't poison, but maybe the idea is bishop f6. But it doesn't actually do
And you
anything.
just leave. I mean, now there's the semi-open G file, so you can potentially try and go the other direction.
But this time the queen actually gets to just walk off.
Yeah. You get it off of a very powerful diagonal, which is nice.
True.
But
yeah, there goes the queen.
I don't know about you, but have you ever wanted to cry because of a chess move that you've played?
No, actually, I don't think so. Maybe as like an 8-year-old, but I don't remember.
That's fair.
But
that's fair.
In the last couple of years, no.
There have definitely been times where, especially if I'm like right next to a benchmark, I'm like about to hit 1600 or 1500 or whatever, and I'm playing a great game. We are like moves away from hitting a new benchmark, and I'm like 40 moves deep into a game, and I blunder, and my opponent finds the response, and I just sit there, and I'm just like, it kind of makes you rethink your life to be over dramatic about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't usually like get in like a I want to cry mindset. I usually just get like really disappointed. In myself, and I'll just kind of be like, oh man, I sit there for a while and be like, I don't really want to play anymore. I get into like I don't want to play anymore mindset.
That's fair. That's fair.
How do you solve this problem? I think the real answer here is you just don't.
I mean, rook f1.
This is not really a solvable position for Eric. I'm sure he'll try, but
he's down so much time.
Yeah, I mean, this position is resignable almost. I mean, it's just.
Do you think we'll see a resignation in this game?
No. Okay, maybe at some point, but I don't think here. I think he'll play something here.
Yeah. There's a certain point, right? Like, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit before. There are just days where you're playing good chess, and there are also days where you're just playing bad chess, and it just happens, right?
Yep.
I find on days where I am playing bad chess, I resign a lot because I just, the concept of like a shame concede, and now I think f4 is just crushing.
Yeah, I think that pretty much ends the. I mean, knight moves. There's the fork. Not a lot left. I'm curious what he saw after takes the pawn.
Oh, after queen takes b2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
I mean, I think, again, like, the first question is, does rook b1 win my queen? What?
No.
What?
What? And
that.
Wait. What? Hold on. So he just
hung his queen.
Hung his queen, doesn't take the queen in 4 seconds, and then resigns.
Honestly,
Game 5.
Honestly, I respect that resignation. Now, here's the tough part, Carl. We've both been here.
Yes.
Or in similar positions. It is game 5. You've just made 2 of the biggest blunders of your entire season in the same game.
Yeah.
Can you come back?
I think so. I think he has the white pieces.
He's going to the queen's position.
White has won every game this match.
Yeah, queen's gambit.
I think you just play your main stuff.
Queen's gambit accepted. Yeah, the old variation.
I heard b5 is a banger move here.
Yeah, alright, back to the boring moves.
But it was completely crushing after like 8 moves last time.
Oh,
right,
true.
In the same line.
What?
In the same line. So last game it was takes, queen b3, and then queen c8.
Yeah.
They're repeating the game. I'm gonna pull it up so we can see when we have a deviation.
That is wild.
It was Osu with the white pieces, right?
Yeah. I think we were still in this game.
Yeah.
We're still there. I don't
We
remember what
played.
the
We
follow-up
had knight
was.
c6. We had knight c6 in the last game.
Okay. I mean, that's a very natural move. I would not be surprised if we saw it again.
Neither would I, to be honest.
Because again, the big problem with this position is just how do you castle? How do you get your king out of the center?
Maybe trying to find some sort of improvement over the board. He spent a lot less. He spent 2 seconds in this move last game.
Yeah.
And this time spending, I would say, probably at this point, like 50 seconds almost. So almost a minute trying to come up with something better.
I mean,
but he actually played he played the best move last time. So knight c6 is the best move.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, Whoa.
That is not the best move.
That is not the best move. Realistically, the issue last time was bishop to e6 where it gets traded off, right? That is the problem. Yeah. That's the move that cooks the goose.
Yes.
Don't know why I said that. I'm not going to say that again.
It's not a terrible saying. You can just take the knight now, right? You win a pawn.
You do win a pawn.
I would take it. I love pawn. I'm winning now, see?
I love a pawn. My brand.
It must be better. I would just take the win.
I love a pawn.
Yeah. No, that's actually how I play. I think it's because I play bullet. I think I played too much bullet. So I trade too much. Okay. It's actually probably not good for me. Should probably stop. The problem I have is I find bullet so fun, just like as its own activity, that like I think it's hurting my chess slowly though, because I think I just trade too much and I have like weird knowledge of openings.
Oh yeah, it's like why do you
play
this opening?
Yeah, you can play, but you can play like some super unsound thing and never know that it's bad.
Yeah.
Because like you're playing hyper bullet, so you win half the time anyway. And then you go play like serious chess and you just get crushed. And then you feel bad.
Okay, g6. Then where does the queen go? b5.
Ooh, all the way back.
Okay.
Into the corner. Not terrible.
Still better. Up a pawn.
Yeah, see? Works every time. I'm thinking like knight g5 maybe. Not anymore.
I want a castle. Very bad.
Oh, true actually. Castling is good. Always castle. Almost always. If you're below 1500, which I am, always castle. Just don't listen to Eric Rosen and be like, but sometimes it's good to not castle if the queens are off. Like, just don't do that. Just castle.
Yeah, I won't always castle if the queens come off, but because I want to keep my king centralized. But I mean, at this point, just castle.
You're above 1500.
Yeah, the big thing right here is like queen e4 is currently an obnoxious threat to deal with, and you just don't have to deal with it if you castle.
That's true. I don't think there's any even remotely obvious downside to castling right now.
Whoa!
But you're not going to
queen get a pawn.
Yeah, but you're not going to. Yeah, but. And he did. See, he's winning. And he is winning. It's +2.
He's winning. Okay.
It's not fun.
All right. Now we have. The only difference between the positions is one, Eric is up a pawn, and he has fewer pawn islands, right? There's one island over here, there's one here, and there's one over here, right? Like this isolated pawn is probably the weakness. But one of the big things that the grandmasters always talk about is the principle of 2 weaknesses. Your opponent only has 1 weak pawn. They can like stockpile defenders on it. But when they have 2 weaknesses that they got to deal with, suddenly that becomes way more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that's a great point. The pawn on e7 looks very sad, to be honest.
Yeah. And this endgame is not trivial to win out.
No.
I actually want to play king e2 here and not castle because the queens are off.
Yeah, I don't want to castle here either. Maybe you're castling queenside. But definitely not kingside, I think. I would just step forward. I actually probably would step forward here. Despite my own advice 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, I mean the queens were on. We were saying to castle.
Yeah.
Okay, now, so the two weaknesses that I'm looking at are on. Oh, as I refresh,
Did you get disconnected?
yeah, is
Nice.
E7 and H7.
Yep.
Those are the two places that are attackable in the black position.
Love
Steps
it. Great
forward.
move.
That's a move I would have played.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, those two sort of weak pawns.
Yeah. The A7 pawn is kind of weak, but it's not on a semi-open file, so it's a lot harder for the rooks to actually go after it. And this kind of solves one of those issues.
I think in a way, sorry, it sort of shifts the weakness to G6.
Exactly. Is that better? I think it is, because again, it's
Yeah.
not on an open file. Or
Yeah.
semi-open, I suppose.
Like the A7 pawn is very hard to get to right now. Okay, you can play G5, but at some point you have to worry about overextending.
Yeah. Whoa. I was
Oh,
gonna say, I
undoubling
don't
the
think
pawns.
that-
Ooh,
Oh, with the rook?
doesn't.
Okay. Well, this rook is
Yeah, I
very
respect
active now.
Actually, the best move, apparently. Wow. I would have taken with the pawn 98 times out of 100.
Yeah, I would have undoubled and not thought about it, I think.
Yeah.
Figure it out later. Do you go to E4 or H1? All right, well, now you push the pawn again. And then extra couple of moves. The pawn one square forward.
Wait, are we... Hold on. You were talking about moves that I'm not seeing. What's happening?
Oh,
Let's
I mean, it hasn't
refresh.
happened yet. Okay, I'm still... Rook H3 was the last thing.
Oh, I was still on move 19. All right.
Oh.
I don't know how that happened, but I'm back. I'm back on my... Oh, the discovery.
What a great move.
That's
What a great
quality,
move.
That's a quality move. That's a quality tactic. Winning the night.
Yeah, the big thing here is this.
Ooh,
Okay, I like
kinda-
that.
I think you
Good
just move
try.
the rook, though, and yeah, you move the rook and the same
Yeah.
thing's there.
But yeah, it attacks here and here at the same time, and so you should end up... It's actually an interesting one.
I think you move the rook.
Yeah.
But now you can take pawn, too.
Ooh.
This is starting to
Okay.
fall apart for Aiden.
Yeah. We had a great trap, got them an entire game, which is
Yeah.
a lot more than you should generally be expecting. But from this position, you are down a bishop and a pawn. And it's just a
would-
matter of time before, yeah, the rook becomes active.
Yeah, double and trade rooks is what I was going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Just get off one pair. You're up some pawns. You should have no problem winning this.
Yeah, it's way easier to win positions with only one set of rooks on the board.
Yeah, especially when you're up a piece. Just I would trade both. Brilliant. I'm actually very surprised he didn't trade here. So
I mean,
it's a bishop and a couple pawns against a king and a
Yeah.
few pawns.
you
Like
can
a
just
very,
create
very clear win.
blockades.
Yeah.
The dark squares.
I mean, you make a pass pawn on the king side and just run the pawn.
Yeah, but you just want to take.
Yeah, I want to take the rook. Rook takes back and then push the rook back to the end of the board.
Because in the same way we were seeing this before, right? The bishop controls that square. Huh. Choosing not to take either or trade either rook. I think that makes the game a little bit tougher. Still winning, because at some point you will be able to trade the rooks.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's going to change the result. I'm just surprised with the technique. I mean, I know we've been sort of joking about Carl trading everything, right? But I think, I mean, here you had a very, very simple, at least for like a 1500, a very simple way to just trade everything down, like just remove all the rooks from the board. And I think it's like obviously winning. This will also work. Just take the pawn. I'm just surprised with the technique, but I would be stunned if Eric doesn't win this game. What is he thinking about? Thank you. There we go. Now we're starting to trade. Now he's figuring it out.
Now it's Carl's gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I'll hit it.
Trying to create some passed pawns, but
Just bring the rook back too. You can play rook c2 if you need to.
Mhm.
No reason to rush at all here. You're up time. You're up on the board. Just don't be silly.
I'm looking at a F3 soon.
Yep. Yeah.
Undouble the pawns.
Create
Create
a
a pass
passer.
pawn on the D pawn.
Yep. We're in sync.
I also like the idea of bishop e5 at some point. Obviously not right now, but yep. And now this G pawn can kind of go.
Yeah. This G pawn is going to be very fast.
Push it to the limit.
Push him, baby, as Yasser says.
Okay, I mean that works. The thing is, it's very difficult for the rook to get back and defend this pawn. Push it, the king to e4.
Good, great move. Nowhere for this rook to go. Rook goes to d1, put the rook on g2. Then you can pretty much just push the pawn. You can almost pre-move it.
Yeah.
I would just
I mean,
start.
you can still just g2 anyway, rook g2.
Yeah, you got time.
Okay. You can also play bishop e5 now in order to just prevent the rook from going that direction, potentially. It also allows your king to get over to the g file where it has a bit more say in what the pawn is doing.
Yep. There are many ways to go about this.
Oh.
I think this is totally fine. Just trying to get rid of the pawn.
Now you have to play bishop e5.
Well, you should.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
mate.
mating it.
We figured it out. We saw it. Okay, you saw it first. We both yelled something at the same time, but there it is. Mate one. He'll find it. He was setting it up. Oh yeah, there it is.
All right.
Well done.
Great comeback mentally,
Absolutely.
honestly, from
Oh yeah.
Eric, right? Like that was a tough series of games to play, and especially after some massive blunders in game 4 and resigning a winning position.
Yeah, don't forget that, right? This could have been a 3-1 very quickly. Oh, almost a 3-0 actually, because you won the third game too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, kind of wild games coming through, but
Very
Eric
fun.
was a little bit better, was able to recognize a lot of the mistakes that they made, and you know, Aiden actually, I think in some of the other regions would have been one of our finalists, I think. But
I agree. He had a great game. I mean, it should not be overstated. Whatever's correct here. Aiden played very, very well. Eric is an incredibly strong player. Does play a lot on Lee Chess, according to the chat. So unsure exactly what the rating is over there, but I would say certainly is a stronger player than I am.
Yeah.
For sure.
Very, very impressive stuff, honestly, coming out from both of our players. But that does mean at the end of it that we will be seeing one of them moving on to the finals, and the other one will be playing in the third place match. And with that, I think that means we are done with our central region for now. And so, Carl, we have until 8 o'clock Eastern time where we come into the Western.
Absolutely. That will be a third place match featuring Odin, who we have been given some love to throughout the season. I think he's been on stream a couple of times. Honestly, I just like the name. I think that has been beneficial for him also. But that will be a third place match because they ended up, I think they just ended up a little bit ahead. Had a few less players in the playoffs. So bracket got condensed. So playing for third place is Odin, who lost in 5 games last week, you might remember. So that should be very exciting at the top of the hour.
All right, we'll see you then. We will see you guys all at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific for the Western region.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी तेरी यादों का तेरी याद
Welcome back, everyone, to the Stride Esports League Chess Tuesdays. Today, we are going to be continuing off in the Western region with the third place match. As we were talking about before, they have fewer players in the West, and therefore their bracket has been sped up a little bit. That means we get two of our favorite players, Josiah and Odin, going at each other. One from the California Virtual Academy, the other one from Nevada Virtual Academy. And one of the interesting things, Carl, that I was kind of watching before we got into it was that they were playing against each other, or rather, two players from the California Virtual Academy, Josiah and JC, were playing against each other earlier as a couple of warm-up games.
They are currently playing, actually.
Oh, they are?
They are in a game. So I'm hoping that ceases so we can get into our game at some point. But they have, it looks like about 10 minutes left in a 10-minute game. They're
Okay.
1.5
We'll get out of it
right
in a
now.
sec. I saw them draw a game earlier by agreement, so they're just having a bit of fun. But the interesting thing is that JC actually knocked Odin down to the third place match last week in 6 games overall. So I'm expecting to see a lot of high-level games today. And the thing that we have to note is that both of our players play very similar openings. They've both been E4 players, where Odin has been playing the Italian, and we have been seeing a lot of the Spanish game coming out from Josiah. So very similar openings. We will see a lot of their theoretical knowledge. And I'll be honest, Carl, I only know about 3 or 4 moves in the theory for either the Italian or the Spanish. Like, I know like 1 or 2 more. I know a bit of the Joko piano because I played that for a little bit before I decided this is too complicated. I don't like this opening.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know almost any of this theory either. So we might not have a clue what we're saying. I'm excited about it. I think they're fun openings. Obviously, the theory is very storied and very deep, but I know almost none of it, sort of similar to you. So I would be very surprised if these players do not know it better than we do.
Yeah, the other thing to know is that, like, despite the fact that it is very basic openings, these openings have been played for centuries and centuries. Everybody knows at the Grandmaster level, like, 15 moves of theory. And it's absolutely wild how many different permutations there are in this opening series, and how there's still new ways to play after all this time. We saw some major innovations in the theory between Carlson and Caruana in their World Championship match a couple of years ago.
Yes, absolutely. We got some of that. We got some Petrov. It was really a theoretically rich World Championship. I think, for the most part, as we just sort of wait for the players here just a little bit more. Crazy openings. The theory goes so deep in both of these. There's obviously new ideas being invented, especially with the engine era, sort of has helped. I know in the Italian game, there's a lot of like early G4, G5 sort of crazy attacking ideas like that. So there's been a lot of development in the world of the Spanish and the Italian in, even the last 5-10 years, as the engines really have started to eat up these positions.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's always been fun watching Fabiano Caruana, one of the top-rated players. Is he just knows theory more than anything else, right? He just knows so much history. He, not to discredit any other grandmasters, but that is something that has set Caruana apart from a lot of other players. And I think of other players, I think it's Wesley So, who was, is it Dingley Wren or Wesley So, who was like the D4 exclusivist?
I think it's, honestly, I could pretend to make up a name, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple players that are known for like certain openings, right? Like MVL, Maxime Bashir-Lagrave is a huge Grunfeld player.
Yes.
Is he also the one that plays the Najdorf Sicilian? Yes. I don't know. We'll get into that. But anyway, our players are actually on the board. We have Josiah with the white piece, Dr. Evilman 12 versus Ender Dragon EX, or Odin with the black pieces, and we're immediately going with a symmetrical ready.
I think we saw a couple retis the other couple weeks ago, but with not a whole lot of theory. Oh, so I'm looking forward to some real theory going on here. I think this is like an actual game.
Yeah, this is the King's Indian attack Sicilian variation. I didn't know this was called the Sicilian, but I did know like this style, because typically this is the kind of thing where you do this kind of moveset with black. But the basic idea is if you play it as white, you get the benefits of the strong position and you get to go first. So surely there must be something here.
Yeah, you're a move ahead, and who wouldn't say yes to that? Something I've never really played, but it actually looks interesting. If I was to pick up a different opening for white, maybe
I've
it's the King's Indian attack. Maybe it's good.
I've dabbled with it. It's okay. I mean, the biggest thing is that it's just slow a lot of the time, right? Which is
Sure.
kind of like because you're playing a defense as an attack, you're going to be,
Right.
even though you're a move ahead, it's like, well, great. What are you gonna do with that
You're
extra move?
defending aggressively.
Yeah. So interesting. So
T4.
yeah, now if we see a C4 come out, it'll look a lot like a Queen's Indian style position.
Yeah, also sort of like a Catalan. I don't know exactly what the Catalan is, but
Yeah, it's pretty similar to Catalan.
sort of like this, right?
Yeah, the big thing about Catalan positions is they almost always involve a C4 at some point. But with
Okay.
the 9 on C3, you can't really play it. I mean, we've seen some like Neo-Catalans as well, which is the C4 but not the D4 come through at the higher level. I do not expect to see that. I don't even know the theory of the Neo-Catalan. So, if our players know it, like, great. But I would not go into openings that I do not have sufficient preparation for, especially, if I lose, I'm knocked out of the tournament.
Right. Yeah. Third place match, trying to get on the podium, right? And
True.
now is not the time to be experimenting, I think. Brings the rook over. They look pretty comfortable so far, I would say. Pretty balanced game, slight edge for Odin, but no real advantage at this point. Everyone's still sort of just feeling out the opening. They've each used a little bit more than a minute. Pretty even game so far.
In general, one of the big things about these kind of positions is I'm expecting this knight to kind of drop back to E2 at some point so that you can push C4. And I'm expecting a big explosion of all the pawns here. And then suddenly you just have open C and D files because it's very early to say this, but because this bishop hasn't developed out this way, you're not creating long-term pressure here. This bishop is on a good diagonal, but you need this pawn out of the way. These positions tend to be very closed and very tough to make progress in. And so I'm expecting that whereas before between these two players, I was expecting a lot of prep where we get to a position where there were going to be some tactical chances. This one is mostly going to be a very positional game in order to try and create better pawn breaks than your opponent can, which is very arcane to a lot of viewers who don't play chess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a very slow game so far.
Yeah.
9 moves in. We've used almost 5 minutes. That's not true. We've used almost 4 minutes of possible 20. So, we're slowly eating through the clock without any trades on the board. Everybody still has all their pieces, all their pawns, a little bit of positional maneuvering going on, like you called out. Sort of just waiting for this to actually take off, right?
Yeah. That'd be an interesting trade, threatening the pawn on E2. I don't think I would want to go for it just because this bishop, you don't know how useful it's going to be yet. And until you know that it's going to be a bad piece, you generally want to keep it on the board.
My thought is maybe the bishop is denying the king going to f2 or f1 to bring the knight to g1. I'm not sure if that's an idea. Is that a thing people do? I don't know. I know you do that in Spanish games sometimes. Move the knight over.
It's not a common idea in
All right.
like Queen's Indian stuff, or excuse me, Queen's Pawn positions. You
Okay.
can do it.
Yeah, I guess I don't know where the knight would go from there because there's already a knight on f3.
Yeah.
So, all right. Anyway, bishop sort of maybe it's just staring down. It hampers the queen development too. I think it's probably just there to sort of patrol. I would imagine not likely to trade.
Yeah.
Just sort of hanging out. But probably maybe a better square for it for now, at least, than b7.
It's stifling the c4 for a little
Right.
while. So, when the rook on the a file comes to c1, then you might be able to play c4. And I think that might be what a lot of this game is determined on is, does Josiah play c4 at the right time or at the wrong time?
That's a great point. We'll find out. Currently, if you encountered both bishops, we saw that earlier.
Yeah.
Knight being brought in. A little bit of pressure starting to be applied, I think, by Odin. Pieces slowly moving forward.
And for anybody who is watching this game that doesn't play chess, I will have to apologize because this game is likely going to be a lot like this for a while, right? It is very difficult to find these breaks, and even playing these very close positions, very, very tough for even stronger intermediate players because you look for these breaks, you look for these positional ideas, and it's not obvious when they're good a lot of the
Yes.
time. Like this is the kind of game that really separates the decent players, like players like Carl and I. We're mid to strong intermediates from like good players. You bring in someone
Yeah.
like Milky Cereal back, he will have a much better idea of what's going on in his position than either of us, and that's why he's rated 2000.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, or sort of lower level titled players. Andrea Botez, Anna Kramling,
Mm-hmm.
two streamers that are immediately sort of jumping to mind that are a little bit above the 2000 level online. Just have a much deeper understanding of what to do in this kind of position. Whereas I can't speak totally for you, but I am very lost as to, like, what do you actually do here? I have no idea, right? I mean, I'll just sort of shuffle pieces around and wait for my opponent to do something, which is usually not great, right?
But sometimes it works, right? If it's
That's
difficult
true.
for you, it's oftentimes difficult for your opponent too to
Don't
see like,
blunder.
hey,
Yeah, just
does
don't
this
hang
work?
anything.
Yeah. And every single move that happens, Josiah needs to ask themselves, can I play C4 here? Is C4 good? Do I
Yep.
want the C&D files to open? And like right this second, if the C&D files were open, it would be great. But your opponent gets to make a couple moves too, right? And that's the crux of playing chess is what do I do if my opponent makes a move afterwards? I don't know. This is a very tough position. I'm looking at, can I jump my knights forward? Maybe knight f4, maybe knight e5, just get it forward. Am I okay with trading knights on e5? I don't know. Do I want to put my
Right.
pawn over there? Like, it's a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had something more interesting to say about this position, but as I sort of just admitted a minute ago, I don't really know what's good. So, I honestly don't know what to suggest here because, I mean, we can sort of work through it, right? But we can't really offer any concrete insight without
Yeah.
looking at engine lines specifically, which is not always the most invigorating.
Okay.
Backward
Now-
move.
That again stifles c4.
True.
This is one of the reasons why you tend to play c4 before you tend to play knight c3s, especially in queen small positions.
Sure.
Is because if you don't play it right away, you never know when you can. That's part of why I almost exclusively play d4, d5, c4 as my second move, is because I always know I can play it then. I don't
Just
always
to
know if I
avoid-
can do it later.
Avoid going into any of this.
Yeah.
That's probably smart. That bishop has become very annoying throughout the course of this game.
Yeah. Now, something that I am looking at is suddenly d takes c5 is looking a lot better because this bishop opens up.
True. And the knights are starting to sort of move that direction.
Yeah.
The a6 bishop becoming a little bit less strong as the knights kind of move out of the way.
Yeah. Now you have to ask yourself,
Go ahead.
does knight h5 do anything?
Right now, I think no. But definitely possible in the future.
Yeah, knight h5 combined with d takes c.
True.
Starting to look better, right?
Maybe you're winning a pawn. Maybe you're, starting to break through a little bit.
Yeah. At the very least, okay, they're doing it in the other order, which does mean that probably takes back by the pawn. You can choose to retreat the knight. But now I'm expecting knight h5 to come through, potentially with this big battle, right? We were saying that C and D were likely to all trade off. It might be B and C for D and E, which would be a fascinating position.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ideas here. He just jumps forward. But how do you feel about trading? This is where you always have to be evaluating all of these in this kind of positional game. It's so hard. The queen now has access to g4, which could be strong at some point. If you play f6, the e6 pawn is weak.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to take this. I think the knight's sort of in the bishop's way. on e5, right? I think white's trying to trade and get the bishop to the e5 square, continue to clear off this diagonal. But I think if you just don't take, maybe you're good. But you can't play f6 because e6 falls with the fork.
Yeah, and we have the luxury of being like, oh, huh, interesting position. The players actually have to make moves.
Yeah.
So the trade happens.
Yeah.
Now again, the moves I'm always asking myself, is c4 good? I don't care as much anymore about whether or not that move works. And now I think queen g4 is good.
Yeah, I imagine. I assume that's why the engine is surprised or is not happy.
Yeah.
Because you're allowing this attack to sort of start, right? There's no obvious idea yet, but
Well, if your opponent misses it, there's a checkmate.
Well,
Which is pretty cool.
Touche. But ways to go wrong here for sure.
Yeah. So one of the classic ideas that a lot of chess people will talk about is you want to have 2 more attacking pieces than defending pieces. And then you can start looking to sacrifice, because you need 2 pieces to checkmate most of the time, right? A queen plus anything else can usually find a checkmate against a king on a relatively open board. This is not quite at that level, but it's getting close.
Yeah, finds that move, and the time is starting to get low.
Whoa.
That is not a good move.
I think it's knight h5. That's my first thought.
Yeah, is it just crushing? f6?
What about c4?
Ooh. Just to distract the pawn? Oh, the pawn's pinned.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you play here? Wow. Okay, not the right move, evidently,
It's
but
still a
still
good
move. Yeah.
Right, blocks out the light squared bishop. This is pinned. Queen doesn't have a whole lot of great moves, but this is also an issue.
Many issues here for the black position. I think you probably have to play precisely here, though.
Okay, threatens the queen.
Queen goes back. Probably e8, right? Try to go defend.
That's my initial thought as well.
Oh, but e6 also now under attack by multiple pieces. I think black's just falling apart. Honestly. I don't...
So after queen e8, e6, with the knight probably, then the bishop falls? But then you pick up the knight, so that's fine, actually, right?
Well, and you're attacking the rook.
Yeah.
Oh, but now you take and attack the queen.
Yeah, because if you do this, you're threatening the knight as well as checkmate and the queen all at the same time. So pawn takes here. It's very threatening.
Yeah,
I don't think it's hard to find.
I don't think so either. It looks dominating. Because the pawn's protected by the bishop on g2. So that whole setup is stable. And the knight's going to end up being overworked. The knight's going to get kicked away. And you're just going to get mated.
Okay. I mean, still threatening both the knight and checkmate at the same time. So you can... I think you're forced...
Play g6?
Play g6?
Yeah. But I think in the long run, that doesn't do anything. I mean, bishop b4.
Bishop b4?
e4.
Oh, e4.
Can you play bishop d3 right now?
Right now. Bishop...
No, because e4.
Yeah. e4 cuts it off and is protected.
Well, yeah, and it kicks the knight. Okay, takes.
Okay.
Now, what do you... I think after e4, you just resign. I mean, okay, I don't know if they actually but...
Yeah, I don't know about resign, but it's very difficult to defend.
Because the knight has to move.
Okay. That also works, but now that checkmate threat is gone...
For a move.
Useful discoveries. Not at the moment.
Yeah, you have to be careful you don't end up getting the table turned on you.
Yeah.
Because you're not actually up that much material. You're up 2 pawns only. So the advantage is all in the attack for the most part here. And I think, honestly, it feels like the worst of it is over. To me, this feels less threatening. It might not actually be objectively, but it feels less scary.
Yeah, I'm always asking, is there somewhere I can move this knight that will win me this queen? Because this queen is unprotected.
Yep.
But the problem is this queen is also unprotected.
Trying to double. So there's some counterattack here. There's 2 minutes on the clock, too, right? So we are getting, down to a couple more 20-second thinks, and we're at a minute on the clock.
Yeah.
Very important to watch the time in this kind of position, because it is very double-edged. I mean, to me, this is still a 3-result game.
Yeah, I want a bishop h3.
Oh, that's...
Is that a problem if queen takes d5?
Maybe. Okay, the queen's protected now, but the attack is fizzling.
Yeah.
Can you double rooks? There's no... okay, you just take the rook in the corner. If the rook doubles, actually. Or you take the rook on f8. Because of the queen trade. And you just win in exchange. So you don't want to give the knight any discoveries. Essentially, it's a one-move discovery, though, because you take the queen. So you just trade queens. So you basically just don't want to let the knight attack anything that you can't recapture.
Okay.
Which currently is the case. Oh, but another mate threat, but g6. Defend with tactics. Or h6. But I think that's less permanent. Because h6, queen f6, queen f5, rather. So I think you play g6.
Queen f5 would, in fact, hang queen.
Well, rook. All right, good morning. Sorry, struggling.
Okay, it's okay. Now, both queens are unprotected again, so you again have to ask.
Gotta be careful. Down to a minute, under a minute. What a crazy game.
Yeah,
Can we have 5 games like this, please?
I definitely want this move in. I start asking, hey, can I just push this pawn forward? Does the bishop taking matter?
Or does it just give the bishop time to go back though to like f6?
Yeah.
And start defending, because you worry about black consolidating all the way.
Yeah.
You are up 2 pawns, right? So maybe eventually you can just sort of cash out. But you do have to be careful that you don't end up sort of blundering into.
Yeah, less than a minute for both players.
Right. I mean, very, very scary position. I don't love this move. I don't think it does anything.
Knight here forces a queen trade.
I like that move a lot.
It doesn't force a queen trade.
It mostly forces a queen trade.
Yeah, but black is low on time.
Right, everyone's low on time. I mean, at this point, just move.
Yeah.
Okay. The attack is pretty much gone, though. I think the advantage is really just the. Why are you thinking? Take the piece.
Does he realize it's his turn? Did he disconnect?
Oh, I mean, with 40 seconds on you can't spend 11 seconds thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to make moves at this point. The advantage, if I'm white, I just start thinking, how do I create problems? How do I force my opponent to make difficult moves?
Yeah, Odin just not moving.
This was a huge problem for Odin last week. Even though they were better positions, they were just playing too slow.
Interesting. Right, I mean, I think at this point it's almost just lost on the clock. 11 seconds left versus 35? I mean, you're getting crushed here. Okay, he speeds it up a little bit, but where do you go from here? Right, just start moving. The position almost irrelevant.
I mean, at this point, you just start thinking like a bullet position, right? You just start taking pieces and be like, you have no time to give me any real check.
On the board now, too. Yeah, this game's over. Gotta be. So close,
20 seconds,
though.
3. Great.
The pre-move. Not enough. Any flags. Odin goes down in game number 1, but we could have 4 more of those games to go, as that was a banger game.
Yeah, that was wild. Such a tough position in the middle of the board, and ultimately Josiah just playing the position a little bit better, a little bit quicker. And that was the bigger thing, is even though this position is easily winning for Josiah, pretty much anybody at this level should be able to close this out without a whole lot of trouble. There's just not enough time. And this was one of the big issues that Odin had last week going up against JC, is even though I thought Odin was the stronger player, Odin was taking too long. They would get to winning positions. They would be +3, +4, but with half the time of their opponent. And you need to be able to play faster than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just sort of looking at the bullet ratings too, Odin's played 2 bullet games and lost on chess.com, whereas Dr. Evilman, Josiah, is rated 1100 in bullet. He's played 116 games, excuse me. But he has been sort of grinding some bullet games also as he's been playing, and his blitz rating is also quite strong. So I think a little bit stronger in those faster time controls, which really, really matters when you get down to a minute on each clock.
Yeah. So we'll see if Odin can play a little bit faster, right? Again, I feel as though if you were to play like classical games between these players, I actually suspect that Odin might be the best player in all regions. But
yeah, very strong.
But that doesn't matter. You have 10 minutes.
Right.
You don't have an increment, which is another brutal thing about the format. This is one of my favorite formats because I don't enjoy playing with increment, but it changes the way you play endgames.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They are. I mean, the end game is a lot different if you have 10 seconds and no increment versus 10 seconds and 30-second increment if you're playing classical. Or the amount of the increment matters a lot, I think, overall, right? If it's 1 second, like a lot of online tournaments, you're sort of you're still at max speed. If it's 2 seconds, you're okay. You'll build time. If it's 30 seconds and you're playing classical, you're go take a break, hang out, right?
Now, interestingly enough, we are getting word from production that the players are asking for a 5-minute break. And while we don't know what the reason for the break is, I hope it's because some of the chess coaches, some of the teachers who are helping them out in their chess career are giving them opportunities to go back and be like, hey, let's take a look at this position real quick. Remember when we played this move was really good, or hey, this was crushing in this position. We need to know that so that when we get to this position next time, we can win from it. But I thought the opening experiment from Josiah with the King's Indian attack, it was definitely something that Odin didn't feel as comfortable with, right? We've been saying they've been playing a lot of Spanishes, a lot of Italian, some very standard chess. King's Indian attack is not something you see that often.
No, often enough, I don't know if I'd recognize it if I was playing black. Just sort of be like, what are they doing? This seems weird. But probably not something you have in the notes if you're sort of prepping a lot of Spanish, Italian, you're doing all this sort of prep, and here's a King's Indian, which looks nothing like it at all. Resembling, like you said, a defense from the other side. And that can definitely throw you off. I think they played reasonably slowly, I would say, in the opening for a 10-minute game. Spending a couple of minutes each before move 10. And that sort of came back to bite Odin in the end, just moving a little bit too slowly.
Yeah. We also got to see, I wonder how much of playing the Reti for Josiah is based on the fact that he wants to see what his opponent will do. That's one of the reasons why it's one of the favored moves by engines, is just because you aren't committing a pawn at the beginning. Like, you don't have to decide what you're going to be playing right off the bat, whereas in almost every opening for white, you will end up with a knight on f3. And so if you just do that, you get to transpose into whatever it is that you feel like playing. And so I really like the idea coming out from Josiah.
Start with the flexibility and then go from there. And engines, it's sort of crazy that like knight f3 actually may be better on move 1 than e4, for example, right? To a computer that's rated 3800, because they actually care about that sort of difference. Whereas to a human, it's like, okay, it doesn't. That's sort of cute, and it's like this fun opening, and it keeps me from playing e5, but it doesn't. What does it do besides that? But the difference in what you can do going forward, the options, sort of the different lanes that you have, expand a little bit, and that is something that engines find very appealing.
Yeah, it's also interesting for humans as well, just because if you are a stronger theoretical player, my expectation is that you will want to play one of the pawn openings, right? E4, D4, even C4 to start off the game, because you can control places where you think your opponent's theory is probably not as strong as yours is. Whereas by playing knight f3 on the first move, you kind of give your opponent the feel and you say, hey, what opening do you want to play? And we can play it. And I think I'll be fine just playing chess the entire time.
Yeah. Sometimes just getting your opponent into a place where they can play chess, just go play the game. If you're not into theory, is a great way to do it. I think Milky, when he was here in one of the, I don't remember, first week, second week, I think it was the first week of the show, we played the show match, and Milky played b4, which has a name that I think you know and I don't.
Well, we found like some variation called Santa Sierra's Folly, which
that was I remember that guy. Yeah, that was fun. So you just played that, and I was like, why are you doing this? And he goes, oh, I just like to actually play the game. It's the Polish opening apparently.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, just before, and I was like, oh okay, and then he just crushed it.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
it's one of those things where if you know the opening and your opponent doesn't, right? Like,
right. And
I
I don't
remember-
even know if he had a lot of theory. I mean, he just sort of was like, let's just go play the game. And I was like, okay, whatever. And then I got smoked. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. That's unpleasant.
it's whenever your opponent opens with something like A3 or H3, you're kind of like, oh no.
Look out. Yeah, look out.
What's going on? Because like, even B4, right? Like, is the opening good? Not according to the computer, but
Right.
we're not computers, right? You have to know what to do against it. And oftentimes, from what I understand, B4 leads to very open positions a lot of the time. And is it? Yeah, B4 is used. I think the most common time you see B4 just played is in like Evan's Gambit.
Oh, sure. That's true.
And
Or
if you
in
know
Magnus, or in Magnus random games,
yeah, sure.
which he does sometimes.
What is Magnus Random?
No, I mean like in random Magnus games. Okay. We'll put them in
Oh,
order.
sure.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Magnus
like
Random, is that like Fisher Random but a new style?
yeah, he's made it up. I did see this. Okay, well, I guess we went on a tangent briefly, unless you have more to say about that.
I mean, we're
but-
still waiting for the players.
Yeah, the idea Anish Giri was positing on Twitter
Mhm.
that you play normal chess, but it's duck chess for like 3 moves, and then it's normal again,
What?
as a way to like get out of the theory. So it was like Fisher random alternative, right? Because you're trying to like break out of all the theory, but you
Yeah.
still want to play chess. So it was like it's normal chess for the whole game except the first 3 moves, and then it's duck chess. So the theory like
Interesting.
changes a little bit. Yeah.
Huh.
I also saw today Magnus Carlsen missed mate in 2
Oh.
in
In-
the speed chess championship match today.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in speed chess, like
I know. He had
you're
like
more
15
free.
seconds. He had like 15 seconds. He still won the game, but it was
Yeah.
like Danny Wrench was like, that was mate, right? He like didn't believe himself because Magnus didn't play it.
That's one of
But-
the funny things about playing somebody that you know is stronger than you is you just kind of believe them a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
oh, they didn't do it, so it must not have been any good. But then you go back later and, oh my god, I was losing.
Right. Or like they offered me this pawn and I didn't take it, but like I should have. It was actually a blunder, right? Like
Yeah.
because you don't know. Yeah, it's hard. It's really
Especially like the B and F pawns. Like whenever you see them just like blundered, you always have to be like, is this a trap? But we are into the game, and it is an
Nice.
Italian coming out and a Russo gambit
Oh no.
immediately off the bat. F5 on move 3. Must admit,
computer,
this
not
is a
impressed.
gambit I don't know.
Yeah, can't say I do either.
And oh my
Oh!
god.
But center
Center fork?
you just lose a piece. That went from a gambit. Like I don't think you can credit the gambit for that success. I mean, maybe right. It threw him out of prep. But-
Yeah, kind of.
But wow. And Odin's just lost. I mean, completely.
Yeah, I wonder. So I know that Josiah and JC, they are both part of the California Virtual Academy, right? They've both been playing. Like we saw that they were playing earlier today as warm-ups.
Yep.
I wonder how much prep they've been sharing so far, and not even getting a pawn back. Just
Yeah.
down an entire piece. This pawn has to retreat. It has no forward squares. That's dead to the queen.
I'm stunned, Josh. I mean, this is resignable.
Yeah, this is minus 10 in 7 moves.
And Josiah's used 14 seconds. I mean, Odin's got to be tilted, right? Is he just like, that has to be what this pause is. Is just tilt.
Yeah, just trying to recover some of the mental energy, but like you've lost in 2 entire
Jesus.
nights in 7 moves.
You lost both your horses for no reason. Essentially.
They're not in the back anymore. I don't know where they
Um,
are.
I don't know what to say.
Wow.
A complete contrast to game 1.
Yeah.
I
I mean, this is the value of throwing your opponent out of prep. Like
yeah.
The big
I
thing
mean-
I'm thinking is I don't think you can not accept the gambit. Is kind of my initial impression. Like maybe
Right.
you can play a D3.
That was my other thought. I mean,
Yeah.
I think usually when we think of gambits working, we think of like, you know, you take the pawn and then you mess it up or something, right?
Yeah.
But like here, the gambit worked almost through just being on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Like Odin freaked out and just lost, sort of. It's straight away.
And a minute and a half spent on playing G3 again. Half of that was probably, catching your breath, getting back into the game. But
Yeah, had to be.
I'm like legit. If I'm white here or black, I play bishop H3. Make sure you never castle kingside. You can't kick the bishop out realistically, and then
True.
I'm threatening to castle queenside
Just
immediately.
take the pawn.
Oh no, you can't. You can't. Your queen will be hanging.
I didn't look at it for very long. Don't take the pawn. Absolutely don't.
But here
What do
we
you actually?
see.
What do you?
You give a check with the bishop, I think, and then you
Ah,
right. Like I think you do one of these so that you get a pawn back and get more pawn islands.
sure.
But this is okay, right? Like you're still
Half the
threatening.
advantage gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's -6, right? The advantage
Half
is
the
not
advantage.
completely gone.
It's half of it.
Oh yeah, half. Of
I
it.
said, yeah. Okay, maybe the
Okay,
half
okay.
didn't register.
I didn't hear the
Yeah,
half part. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, half the advantage gone. Odin's still thinking. Just take the. Maybe thinking about like checking, actually on H5. I don't think it's good, but okay. But that gives up. I guess it doesn't. You can. It's back to -10.
Knight takes D4 with the
Seems
idea of
strong.
jumping to F.
Yeah, I agree. There's the check. Okay. I would step to the side if I was the king, I think. Because now you still have to defend this rook. But -11 on the board.
Well, this is looking a little similar to what we were seeing before from, I believe it was Aiden.
Yep.
Providing practical problems.
Oh,
It just gives up the rook and the queen trade. Bishop
I'm
can
very
go
surprised
back.
by that. Oh, completely winning. Oh, you can win the queen.
Yeah, with the bishop G5.
It's almost made. What a turnaround.
Doesn't find it. The board vision.
I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised by some of the misses we've seen today. From very strong players.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they have to actually make the moves.
Oh, go back. Do it again.
Just do it again. Repeat. Although you got to block with the
Right.
bishop, so maybe we'll find that this time. I think you're probably supposed to run to D7, maybe. Offers a draw. Dr. Evilman has offered a draw, and it's a
And they
draw by
accept.
agreement. Which I think means it doesn't count, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, that was the rules before. You have to win 3 games.
Yeah, can we get confirmation on that? Especially because it was by agreement. I mean, it may not matter, but I otherwise it would be.
Josiah says, "Wow, we both blundered pretty badly." GG
Yeah. I mean,
in the chat.
I'm
What a game.
I'm fascinated by the series.
Yeah, Josiah, I think, was so excited by how good their position was.
Right, but he's winning. I mean, he probably could have gone back and won the game in 3 moves,
Yeah.
and he offers a draw. Oh no, but White
I-
offered a draw. No. Black offered the
Black
draw.
offered a draw.
But yeah, and Odin accepted. Wow.
I never accept a draw in this position.
I would no, never. And are we?
My expectation is that one of them thought it was draw by
Repetition?
perpetual,
Oh sure.
which I
Okay.
think there's no way this is a draw by perpetual.
No. Absolutely not.
material was
So
equal, technically, but
yeah, I'm wondering.
oh, and
We're
there we
being listened
go.
to.
Yeah, just
All right. Fascinating. Yeah.
got excited. Got excited. Well,
Interesting.
I am Twitch person now.
Yeah, that's us. Hopefully, we are getting back into the next game shortly. I'm curious if it is first to 3 wins or first to 3 points.
Yeah, historically, it has been first to
3
3
wins.
wins.
So I'm assuming that is correct.
Mhm.
Is this the first? I think this is the first draw by agreement we've seen.
Yeah,
In
we've
the
seen it. We've seen some stalemates. We've seen
True.
some threefold repetition, like once or twice. We've actually seen more stalemates than threefolds.
True.
But,
Yeah, there's been a lot of stalemates.
yeah. So, question then for
Yeah.
Carl and maybe Josiah, who is listening to us.
Who's listening in?
Do you think we go back to another Russo Gambit next
I
time
would.
Josiah has black? You
I
would
would
or
do
would
it.
not?
I
Okay.
would. I don't know why I wouldn't. I think we didn't even really get to see the gambit, right? So a lot
That's
of the
fair.
prep there didn't actually get revealed.
Yeah.
And that to me is why I would do it again.
Yeah, that's fair, because that's a good point. We didn't get to see anything that would happen after the Gambit's accepted. And I remember that you and I were both looking at it, and it's just like, there's no... on initial inspection, there's no way I look at that and say, nah, I'm not accepting this Gambit, right? I would accept that Gambit very quickly.
I would too. I don't know what to do after, but
Exactly, but we'll figure it out. We have 10 minutes.
right. Like if you're gonna win this, as long as you're able to. I mean, usually if you can, sort of diffuse the gambit in the next 5 moves, like you're probably winning.
Mhm.
Often, at least. I mean, okay, not always, but for the most part, if you don't lose to a draw in 5 minutes, you win to a draw in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I play a lot of the Queen's Gambit, which I almost don't consider a Gambit at this point, because yeah, it's way more common to do Queen's Gambit declined or play the Slav or a triangle system.
Yes.
But I'm curious. I think you've talked a bit about the Danish Gambit. Is that you?
I have. I think that I have talked about the Danish Gambit before. I don't know if I've talked about it with you, but I'm familiar.
Yeah.
I think
definitely.
I think it's fun. I think it's very strong.
Yeah. So I actually thought it was very funny. I had a friend visiting from Japan, about 2 months ago, I think, and here in Seattle, there's a great place. Our equivalent of In-N-Out is called Dick's
Okay.
Burgers,
Okay.
and we were walking to Dick's, and it's probably 11:30 at night,
Sure.
and we're talking about chess, and he's talking about. He's probably 800-900 rated, but he only plays Bullet as his way to de-stress because he's a card game player.
Okay. Real cards or Hearthstone?
I think his big game right now is Final Fantasy.
Okay.
I think.
Got it.
I'm not a card game player.
So he plays Bullet to de-stress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
I'd love to explore that more later, but go ahead.
Yeah, I can't do it, but he doesn't play his best chess, and he was the person who introduced me to shogi back in college, and we both very quickly realized wow, this game is awful. But
We are in game today.
Oh, we are.
Yes, another AT. But you can keep telling your story, I think, while they go through the opening.
Oh, yep. Identical opening while we wait for them to deviate from what they were doing before. But we just randomly came across somebody who came by and was very excited about telling us everything about the Danish Gambit. And it was just kind of I was not expecting somebody, who's clearly I think he said he was rating 1700-1800 rapid on chess.com. I was yeah, that's pretty decent.
Wow.
And he
just telling you everything you might want to know.
Yeah. And I like this a lot better
C4.
than the King's Indian attack we saw previously, right?
Yes. I honestly feel like Josiah has played better so far.
Yeah,
Thoughts?
I agree.
I think he's played stronger chess overall.
So far, yeah, I definitely feel as though Josiah and JC, I definitely think that they've been talking to each other a bit. And one of the things that I expect JC has told Josiah is play fast, right? Odin will be too slow. Odin will take too long thinking about his moves. And as long as you play decent moves with a reasonable time, it's going to be okay. Right now, my first thought is actually just play B3 because I don't see a way to stop my opponent from castling.
Yeah, I don't either. I think you're Odin's getting the king safe. So play some sort of developing move. I agree with you. I would be trying to play fast here. I would be trying to sort of blitz Odin in the opening and open up a little bit of a time advantage. Maybe try to get it to, I have 8 minutes, you have 6 minutes, something like that. Just sort of keep a comfortable advantage on the clock and really start to put that time pressure, because it seems like Odin really struggles to move, really, I would say any faster than maybe 10 seconds a move overall as it gets onto that later phase of the game without blundering.
Mm-hmm. But this time, Odin not being put under a lot of pressure, which it's fascinating to me that Josiah put more pressure on Odin in game 2 with black than they did with white. Because even from this position, I don't love that move. Because of knight b4 just kind of kicking it back.
Yep. Go away.
But generally the reason why white is preferred is because you get to put pressure on your opponent, right? You get to choose how to go for the attack, but I almost wonder if Josiah is more comfortable playing as black.
Yeah, I think we've seen some players picking black throughout the tournament. Does play knight b4. He's listening in. Caster Curse. I've actually seen some really funny videos where streamers like call out the worst move for their opponent to see if they're stream sniping, and then they do it, and they're like, "Gotcha." I think those are really funny.
Those are always great.
It's like instant
my
karma.
Queen.
Yeah.
I always love the very genuine sounding, "Oh no, my queen's" from Eric Rosen, and then suddenly like, haha.
Yeah, I love it. He's so wholesome, honestly. We could see a threefold go back.
Please no. Please no.
We could be here all night, actually. Yeah, if they keep drawing.
Possible.
Yeah.
Okay, I do like this. Very common in these kind of positions, just bring your rooks to the center, but with so many pieces. Now, the center is not as locked as it was last game, which does afford more tactical opportunities than positional opportunities relative to the last time we saw.
Yeah. Engine very displeased. I'm guessing because of tactics along the diagonal.
Yeah.
Because the rook was opened. That's my guess as to why the engine was so upset. Sorry, I got distracted. Knight over to the rim. Similar problem though, right? You're sort of accelerating. Everyone's fleeing the rook. The rook on A8 is like, wait, with shield, where's my team?
Not giving up the fork that was present on B3. I'm very quickly asking. Oh. Well, okay. One, please. I do not want to see a draw by repetition in this position this early on in the game. But
yeah, the pieces moved. Oh no.
If he goes back, that's not.
There was some movement in between, so we're not at.
Okay. Now the queen is fine on that square.
That's a draw.
Oh my. All right.
Wow.
Okay. We might be here for a while.
We could be here a long time. I hope you don't have nowhere to be in the morning. I guess it's early for you, because you're West Coast.
So. I mean, it's like almost 6.
Okay, it's almost 8 over here in Wisconsin, as they say. Wow. All right,
fascinated by the thought process there.
I am too. We are straight into another break, I think. Also, maybe. At least they're not immediately rematching.
I think that's going to be the last time that we see a King's Indian attack.
I hope so. They are not really working.
Yeah, they're not creating opportunities for Josiah, or rather, like, the opportunities are really difficult to find. And I would I'm trying to remember. It was Josiah was the one that played a lot of the Spanish, which I think is an easier way for them to try and find some advantages.
Yep. I agree. Switch up the opening.
Mm-hmm.
As looks like we are back in game, I think.
Oh.
Is the watch button correct? We are, and we are playing the same Russo Gambit. This time D3 instead, not accepting the Gambit, and this is much better for white.
Clearly the Zucchini Gambit, or the Lucchini.
Lucchini. Yeah, it's Zucchini's brother. That's what you get if it's non-GMO. It's Lucchini.
Okay. Well,
Or maybe it's if it is GMO. I don't know. All right, there's a funny joke in there somewhere. We're not going to take time to explore that, but it sort of now looks like a semi-normal like Italian game, but with a pawn on f5.
it's a very odd spot. Computer definitely not a fan.
Yeah,
And
not really.
I'm very entertained at how reticent Odin has been in just accepting the gambit.
You just take it.
Right, it
That's one
doesn't.
of my favorite. You know that's one of my favorite things to yell. Just take it. Take it.
Just it's a pawn. You're up a pawn.
You have a pawn. Take it. Yeah, go. But yeah, nobody wants to, I guess. But what a weird. All the way back. Odd. I won't lie. I am perplexed by that move. All the way back, like not D2, like C1.
Yeah,
Really?
I don't know. I definitely was a Bishop D2 player there. But
Right.
both these
Yeah.
players, like we're opting into very similar kinds of pawn structures. This is a king's. It's a queen's gambit declined, played by black on the king's side.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Something. It looks right if the colors were switched. It's like just switch the colors. That's it.
Yeah. So it's a very, like, this is, it's kind of looking Italian-y now, right? It even says it's a gioco piano or a gioco pianissimo, the little piano. Okay, some clarification in the center.
A little bit. Okay. Still looks like a sort of normal chess position. Engine 0-0, of course, always. Thank you, Engine.
Okay, now does he take? No. Neither player willing to give up a bishop for these knights.
Goes back. Odin down 30 seconds. Not really important yet. Just as a reminder, it is 1-0, not 2-1, because the draws don't count.
And we have had two of them. One by agreement, one by repetition. What was it, like move 19?
That was a 17-move game.
Yeah.
Very
Very
puzzling.
early. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the series could almost be over at this point in these games, right? I mean, there were decisive advantages, I think, in both games at some point.
Well, not in game 3.
That's true. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of game 2. Game 2, crazy game.
Yeah.
But game 3 was sort of a... Game 3 almost felt like a chill, like, okay, I tried this opening again. It didn't work. Draw. Great, done.
Let's try again.
Yeah,
We'll do something else next time.
exactly. So,
Oh, and we are getting an update. The players have been told they are not allowed another voluntary draw. I think
Okay,
that
no more-
means
no
draw
more
by
agreement.
agreement.
yeah, no more draw offers, I guess. But they can always find another way to repeat. So,
Yeah,
if chess
I mean,
players-
it's
if
not
they
hard to
insist on
find
a
a
draw,
repetition. Yeah.
yeah, you can find one. So they might just do that if they want to troll us a little bit more. But we'll
I don't
see.
think they were trolling. I think they're just
No.
kind of like a. I legit think that in game 2, at least one of the players thought that it was going to be a draw by a perpetual check.
I agree. And then I think game 3 they sort of were just like, this didn't work. Like, this is a draw.
Yeah.
Which it
Okay.
actually probably was. I mean, to be fair, it was that opening was not going anywhere.
But
wouldn't
this
think-
one, yeah. I mean, we do see the time advantage starting to open. It's a full minute at this point in favor of Josiah.
This is what I wanted to see for Josiah.
Yeah.
Is this kind of time advantage in the beginning? I mean, it's not even really blitzing, right? He spent 35 seconds on the last move, moving the queen up. I think maybe angling to castle queenside.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of time advantage that I really wanted to see.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, right now, just castle, right? Like, that's what I would be doing right now. Is I've
Mm-hmm.
been thinking for the last minute, I would castle immediately, and then make, okay, unless it's like some stupid blunder, but I don't think it is.
Doesn't look like a blunder, and computer says like, not really. So I'm definitely looking to castle, put my rooks on the ENF files, and realistically, again, because I think of everything as like, how do I play this like I play my Queen's Gambit lines? Like, suddenly it's instead of the. Okay.
Okay, trades. Oh, interesting. Not a terrible thought. You still have castling in your pocket at any point.
Yeah.
Just checking, right? Now the queen has to go back.
This is
Poking and
definitely
prodding.
asking, like, are you going to blunder here? Because the
Right.
threat is knight takes c2, and
Mhm.
Odin has to, now I think the worst move that's not like a direct blunder that Odin could play here is queen d1.
I think a lot of players would play queen d1 here.
But I think it keeps your king trapped in the center, and because the
agree.
f-file is already semi-open, that's a huge problem, I think, positionally.
I agree. I just think there's a lot of people that would do it, but I don't think it's very good. Okay, makes the right choice.
Or the choice we would have made, at the very least.
Makes the engine approved correct choice, apparently.
Yep.
Now we could see knight c6, queen f3, and repeat.
Oh no!
I'm just throwing it out there. I want everyone to be prepared.
Yeah,
But instead castling. I like that. Yeah.
Fast castle.
Yeah, I would
like Age of Empires.
Yep. Don't castle kingside, please.
Okay.
I like
All right.
Good.
And we're in a basically dead drawn position again.
Yeah, to be honest, yes. But we're only 15 moves in.
Yeah.
So,
Now,
I think that's fine.
Now, the important thing is, it is worth noting that when you're playing tournament chess as opposed to like online chess, it's even if it's the same game, it's psychologically different, right?
Yes.
You always spend a lot more time, and you want to make sure you aren't losing a lot more when you play tournament chess. And I think that's kind of the mindset of both of our players. And I get the sense that both of our players are not strong attacking players.
I'll agree with that.
I think they're both much slower endgame style players that if they got to go to king and pawn endgames every single time would do it.
I agree. I think the sort of like killer instinct isn't necessarily there. Like they just haven't played a ton of attacking games. Because we haven't really seen in any of their games some, pawn storming. And I think that's sort of like the mark of a lot of like top attacking players, or when they're trying to play, at least play an attacking game, right? Is you play like, A4, B4, C3, like just throw everything forward. And I think they're not quite at the point of sort of understanding how to use the pawns in that way.
Which, to be fair, is tough. Like that's
it's very hard.
kind of the hallmark of intermediate players in almost every game, not just chess. Like basically every game is not knowing how aggressive you can be. Because like, I'm not gonna say that you and I are that much better than these players. Like these players would give us real games. But I'm looking at, does B4 work right now? Well, not right now, but on my next move. Like, what happens if I start kicking this bishop around? Can I go for this attack? And I think the answer is probably yes, but it's tough, right? It's not as though it is immediately giving me an advantage.
Yeah, I'm even looking at something like bishop takes a6. I just want to be checking. Because at some point, right, maybe bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, it's a check, then you bring the knight in and you're just crushing.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? So, that's sort of what I would be looking at in a lot of these cases.
Oh, okay, so interesting idea then, right, is takes, and then, so takes, and then probably bishop takes. Takes here, takes, and then you jump the knight in, right?
Ooh.
Like, is that... And then it creates space for your queen to come over here to the B file, which I think is the thing that
where
makes
you
it
want it to be
winning.
Okay, they've done step one.
Okay.
You said bishop takes.
I said bishop takes. Okay, interesting. Now, I don't think that changes a lot, because now I think this bishop is just bad, like this dark squared bishop.
I agree. Yeah, it's not really achieving a whole lot.
Yeah.
The pressure on the f2 pawn is no longer there.
Yeah. And so if I'm playing this like online in a blitz game, every single time I would have taken on a6, but not in a tournament game, right? That's the difference. Is like, do I know this works in online play? I don't care.
The stakes feel higher.
Yeah.
Even if they're actually not. It just sort of feels like it should be.
Yeah. And now Odin's catching up a lot on time.
Absolutely. Knight in the middle. Josiah has to figure out what to do.
Do you take? Do you let your opponent take? I don't think you let your opponent take, because then you have double D pawns and then isolated F and H pawns.
Yeah, that looks terrible. Don't do that. Don't let him do that. Whatever else you do. I like that. What do you take with?
That's a tough one, actually.
I'm tempted to take the pawn.
Yeah, and then you have to ask, am I okay with trading this rook pair?
I think that sucks, but I sort of want to get the bishop out of the way. I don't know how to do this exactly, but I sort of want to get the bishop out of the way and play c4, b4. And then have the pawn on d5 supporting.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, if the
Plausible.
c-pawn trades off, then I can have the c-file. I don't know. All right.
Okay.
Well, don't listen to me.
Still a draw.
Absolutely. Again, no draw offers allowed anymore. So that we got to be careful.
It is tough, right, in chess, because I know at the grandmaster level, right, there's oftentimes rules where like no draws by agreement before 40 moves, but it's like, well, I mean, how can you say that I couldn't find a way forward, or prove that like I couldn't find a way forward? And so it's
Right.
like, yeah, it's a draw by repetition. That's
Right.
fascinating to me.
I mean, they will find a way to make a draw.
Yeah.
Grandmasters will make a draw if they need to. Like, they're not, you know. They're not fools. They will make the draw if they need to.
You remember watching the Sinkfield Cup when Magnus just left the tournament and then everybody just like draw. He gives up the F pawn, and that becomes a very powerful rook.
Doesn't want it, but threatening mate in 1. So
Also true, but I mean, C6.
I'm quite confident, which is why I will see it. It's like in the Grandmaster games, they make a mate threat. You're like, all right,
Yeah, great.
I guess you should try. Like, but they're gonna see it, people.
Yeah.
They've done this before. Although a couple times people have blundered mate in 1.
True.
So you never know.
Oh, did you ever see the? There was a game where a couple of grandmasters were playing over the board, and then one of them castled illegally because they had forgotten that their king had moved earlier on in the game, and neither player caught it. It was very funny.
I would play bishop c4. Although maybe you're lying
B4?
b5, but b5 is sort of on the cards anyway.
What about? What about that?
Oh. I feel like you just
Peter doesn't like it.
I wanted to play to c4 to threaten the a6 pawn. Because the b pawn's pinned.
Fair.
Because now the queen just moves. Now where are you going to go?
Either F. Oh, okay. Whew.
It's predicted. It's defended. We're good.
But now, I'm not super fond of that move because now the bishop is close to trap.
It's close to trapped. Yeah, exactly. Yep. You can't go to the king's head at all, or you do get trapped. Oh,
Okay.
Did not realize that was a check. Winning a pawn. Oh no, you can block with the rook. Not winning a
Does
pawn.
have to be the D rook.
Yes. Don't block with the e rook, please.
Okay.
But that just hangs a pawn.
I'm guessing they didn't see it.
Yeah, I am too. Probably hangs the f pawn too. At some point.
Well, okay. So even if you pick up this G pawn, you lose your own G pawn to rook G1. I think that's what Josiah's weighing right now. It's like, is that
True.
worth it?
You can maybe pick up the f pawn though after.
Well, it's protected by the queen on B3.
Yeah, but you have the rook and the queen sort of attacking if you move.
Ah,
I don't
that's
know.
fair.
Okay. Definitely worth weighing though. I think this
Yeah.
is not a terrible time to take a little bit of time. Not too much though. I don't want to fall too far behind. Okay, threaten the bishop first. Maybe you'll trap it.
True.
It's actually not a terrible thought, right? I mean, this bishop is reasonably close to trapped. Although maybe you can also play bishop d7. I think that just wins a pawn.
That's an interesting idea.
Because you win the c6 pawn.
That's kind of one of those ideas that you get to after kind of exhausting all of your other options.
That's sort of what I did. I was like, you can't go to the king's side. I can't go anywhere else. Oh, hey, that square works.
Okay, protecting the
Very tense game.
G pawn. Yeah, and we're starting to run low on time again.
Yeah, and it's even. I mean, the clocking and the engine are completely even.
Yeah, I mean, it's somebody has to commit a pawn somewhere, right?
Right. Yeah, we got to do something.
I think you can shuffle these pieces for forever, but because they're not in aggressive positions, okay, getting a little bit closer to trapping the
Yeah. You took away d7.
bishop.
The bishop. The only square the bishop can move to right now is c4.
Okay, now I think there's a big threat actually of d5.
Yeah, bishop's
If
trapped.
black just gets another move right now, d5 is very good.
I think it just traps the bishop.
Yeah.
I think you actually have to play bishop c4 right now, or you lose the bishop. Because otherwise b5, the queen can't move off the diagonal. I mean, okay, I guess the queen could go to a2 and you can put the bishop back on b3. But like, that doesn't feel good at all.
Interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, because the rook on e2 is now protected.
Why are we not just losing the bishop?
Well, if you... Okay, so if you were to play it now, then
Rook
it
e8.
takes and the rook protects.
Got it. Clock's even. Minute 45 for both sides. Minute 30 for both sides. Almost.
Yeah, there is no obvious way forward for either player. Right, you have to be very careful.
No, I mean this game is far from being decided.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, you can also delay with some crazy like bishop g8 idea, because it's still protected by the queen.
True.
So all sorts of ideas.
Yeah, I mean both bishops in this game, like the light squared bishop for Odin is I think better, but like it is so hard to defend.
It's better as long as it survives.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Josiah's bishop
Look at the clock, though.
sucks.
I mean,
Okay.
look at the clock. I think you just double on the bishop. I think you just try to attack the bishop, right? See if you can force a mistake.
Yeah.
Because trading pawns here doesn't do a whole lot. You can just take on b5, just trade. Okay, the isolated. Yeah, I love this move because Odin has 50 seconds. So I think you really start playing the clock.
Yeah, use your clock advantage. Be aggressive with it, right? Where
Where do
does
you-
this bishop go?
I think g8 is the only square that doesn't lose it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can actually put it on c. No, you can put it on c4. You're pinned. You can't take.
Oh, true.
This doesn't.
This doesn't solve the problem.
It can't be taken, but now you just go back, and we have a draw.
How do you get in? Okay, I think this queen needs on g5 needs to get out of the way. You need to start pushing pawns and create tough problems for your opponent to solve.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think a repetition here is completely impossible.
It's not impossible.
If neither player sees a way forward.
But I mean,
Odin's still actually just flag Odin right now. If I'm Josiah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Nice, good find, good find.
Maybe you move the king.
Move the king a7.
Yeah. Now you put the bishop on d3. I mean, or you go to g8. Doesn't matter. Just move the bishop. But down to 13 seconds. I think Odin's just gonna flag. Against a minute. Almost nothing left here in the tank. No gas in the tank. The queen's almost trapped, actually. The white queen, sort of. I mean, queen sort of low on squares, but almost no time. Does not matter the position on the board. Only 4 moves can be made left. He's trying to blitz him out, but there is the flag, and it is 2-0.
Yeah.
Now in favor of Josiah from California Virtual Academy, 1 win away from 3rd place.
Now, Josiah does say GG's in the chat.
Oh, but it's.
I hope they know.
It's not. It is not GG's. Unless I guess they could resign.
That's fair. You could.
I mean, they could.
That we definitely. I am very confident at this point that we did have a situation where a player moved on because they thought it was best of 3 and they were up 2-1 and they left.
Yeah, it is the end of the tournament for these folks, right? I mean, so at least there's no moving on weirdness going on. I mean, we'll look to get you something more official.
The adoration of Twitch chat.
And yeah, a little bit more official than our producer yelling "Oh no" in the Discord
no.
chat, which I don't think is. I mean, I think essentially at this point it's sort of up to the players.
Yeah.
If they want to play again, we will see if we'll repeat the Russo Gambit. If they don't,
It was a
I guess
fascinating opening.
that was. I'm gonna check it out later.
but still waiting
I
to
don't-
see.
Yeah.
Hey, Caddy, can we get the cams back on us real quick? I would like to check something. Perfect. Now I can do this without all you guys seeing me clicking on their profiles to see if they're in another game or not.
Got it.
They're not. Josiah is
Okay.
still online.
Is Odin still online?
Odin is still online,
Right, they're both still here, at least.
and they're not in a game. So it's up to the admins at this point. Oh. Yeah, it sounds like by agreement then they have decided to include the draws in
That's
the way that
okay.
they play.
I mean, I
Which-
think it's not an unreasonable. I mean,
Yeah.
with the half point, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Because you're not actually getting anywhere. But with 2 draws, just everybody gets a point. It's a point for everybody.
Woo!
Maybe. We will get you some official confirmation. I think so far we know the site said they were done. I don't.
Still waiting on
Does that mean we are done? Do we believe the site? Did it pass the Turing test? I don't know.
Did
There's
it-
a lot
did-
could be going on here.
Does the internet tell the truth?
Right. So I mean, in a tournament game, this would be 3-1 because the draws would count.
Yeah.
But for our format, because it's like best of 3, usually we've just been doing first to so many wins. But it looks like we might be done. I think there's some chatting going on in our broadcast channel. So, you have any fun quick stories while we're waiting?
Fun, quick
Anything?
stories.
Any tangents you haven't gone on in the last 4 hours that you were forgetting about?
Did I tell you why I haven't been playing a lot of chess the past couple weeks?
No.
I may have played 100 hours of Dark Tide in the past 2 weeks.
Dark Tide.
Oh, they want to keep playing.
Let's go.
Warhammer 40k, like horde game.
Got it.
But
That's fun.
yeah, so I have 3 max level characters already. So if anybody's been playing that, it's been a great time. But we are waiting for them to get back into the game. They want to keep playing, and I don't blame them. Chess is a
I'm in.
fun game.
No.
I don't know if we'll get another Lucchini Gambit again. I always
Ooh.
love chess names because they're always places where players were like, hey, I'm going to study the crap out of this opening. The names of the players that did it. And then every now and then you just get weird names. Like, is Lucchini a place? Is that a person? Is it something
No.
else? Where does this name come from?
Absolutely. So we're just waiting at this point. They want to play and they're not in game.
It's okay. Yeah, they got to get
They
settled
figured
back
it
in, fluff the
Absolutely.
pillows.
Oh, true.
But yeah, so you have your tournament this weekend as well, right?
I do. It should be fun. I'm a little scared of 90 plus 30. That's
That's a long time. You have to play 3 of them in a day.
yeah,
you
3
said?
on Saturday, 3 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday.
That is a lot of chess.
Right.
Not
like,
that many
I-
games.
Exactly. Like 5 games of chess in almost 2 full days.
Yeah. Now, I told
Um,
myself, I think I might have mentioned this to you, if I ever hit 1700 in either Blitz or Rapid, I'll
Okay,
register for the U.S. Chess Federation and go to Over the Board event.
do it. Okay, I'm rooting for you. How close are you? What's your rating now?
My highest, I think I'm 1650 Blitz,
Okay.
thereabouts. And I think I'm like 1640 Rapid, I think.
Yeah.
I could check, but I'm just hitting refresh on their profiles. And they're in game.
Let's go.
And it's another ready.
It's another AT opening. Will it be another King's Indian attack and another draw?
Oh, it is another King's Indian attack. All right, who's ready for a 3rd draw? The same opening, the Sicilian variation. Ooh. Wait, no, we thought
even
it was
an even earlier C4.
Yeah.
Last game I think we had D3 C4.
This is the Neo-Catalan.
Okay. Oh, it is. It's the new
Yeah.
Catalan.
And the difference between the Neo-Catalan and the Catalan is whether or not there's a pawn on D4.
D4. Okay, got it. I think it's. I've been thinking recently. I think it's interesting to see how the chess names evolve as we continue to play, like
Yeah.
throughout our life, right? Like what that is like so good now is maybe not going to be good,
Mhm.
right? Like will engines actually keep getting better forever?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Like, we're already at the point where engines are just drawing forever when they're just left to do their own
Right.
thing. So we have to give them, like, suboptimal openings in order to get them to actually beat each other most of the time.
That's true. I'm just. Will there be a Neo Catalan?
Ooh, I'm waiting for something to be called the Carlson.
Oh, true. Is there a? While we wait for them to get to the interesting part of the game, world champions that have things named after them. Go. What do you got? The early ones have some stuff because they were actually like
Yeah,
discovering
okay.
things.
Do
So,
they
like,
have to be a world champion?
Okay, well,
Or like,
that was
because like recent world champions, I actually don't know because I'm not sure. Because I don't know a
Right.
Vichy, I don't know a Kasparov. And no, there's a Kasparov variation of the Sicilian.
because he was the major Sicilian practitioner. I don't think Carlson has anything specifically named after him yet.
Not yet.
I know Yasser. There's a Saruwan attack
Mhm.
of maybe the Trump Husky actually. I don't remember.
I know one of the early things that. So I've always been of the opinion that the most important thing to be called the greatest of all time is how far ahead of your peers you were at your peak.
Right.
And
I agree.
that's why I argue that Paul Morphy was the greatest player of all time.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Wait, okay, I'm not kidding. I also actually say this. This is not a joke. Like I agree.
Now,
I mean,
obviously, if you put him up against anybody else, or basically any other era of chess, he's not that good.
Right, I mean, you could beat him. That's probably not true, but they're
like I would give him a game at the very least.
Right. No, I mean, I think you and I together could play a reasonable game of chess against Paul Murphy.
Yeah, but he was so much better than everybody else who was playing at the time that it wasn't close. Like it was ridiculous. Anderson, the other best player at the time, was playing A3 to start his games just to get Paul Morphy to do things that were different, to try and get him out of book.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important not to blame people for the lack of tech, right? Like, it's not Paul Morphy's fault there was no computer. I mean, he played top line stuff. It just today wasn't good. But at the time, like these crazy gambits, like that was, good, and it was, okay, you were supposed to accept the gambit and like get sort of mated. But I mean, he was beating his peers with odds.
Yes.
Frequently. I mean, that's
for what we mean by that is like he would play without a pawn a lot of times.
Yeah. Right. And like, Magnus Carlsen giving, Wesley So a pawn, you would lose every time.
Yeah.
I hope.
Okay. Now, this is one of the first moments. I actually suspect this pawn break is not good.
Tell us why.
For white. Because opening up the position this early when your opponent can still decide what to do with this light squared bishop, whether he wants to go to b7 or a6, I think is only beneficial to the black position right now. And here we were seeing that it was really tough to kind of make moves, but we're already transforming the position to something that's not quite as good. There is no target for this Catalan bishop on this long diagonal. And it feels as though we are, again, in kind of a drawish position where after you trade off this this knight, you have an isolated pawn for white, and your rooks are not in a spot where they can quickly come to the C and D files to support.
Yeah, the dark square bishop, not in a great place. I guess it'll get out after the trade here.
Okay, this is a draw.
Yeah, this is headed for a draw, I think. I would be a little surprised if we have a result in this game, to be honest. I mean, it just is very drawish, right? This is, chess, it turns out, is a draw a lot of the time.
But I think that these endgames are fun. I might be real. As long as there are still enough pieces on the board, these endgames are fun, and this rook is threatening to be trapped, right? Right now it doesn't work because this bishop can come block, protected by the other rook, but these endgames are interesting because they show a lot of understanding of how to play with rooks.
Yes. Absolutely.
And the other thing, okay, so I'm just immediately looking at bishop f4, bishop blocks. I think you don't take, and you would have instead parked the bishop here so that you could take back and, okay, so this is, I think as white, I let my opponent take.
And because king forward?
Exactly, it gets my king one step forward. It's not important now,
but it can be so important.
But yeah, but later on, it's more likely to be useful.
How do we feel about bishop f4? You just block with the other bishop, maybe?
At this point, yeah.
Okay, because you're threatening to trap the rook. Almost.
I mean, if you did it a couple moves before, I would have liked it better.
Yeah.
But
I think you have to. I think you have to block with the bishop. Yeah. Okay. This is. We are getting worn down here. Maybe there's some chances because of the isolated pawn.
Yeah, I mean,
For
that's
black,
why
I mean,
as white, I want to do. Oh, well, I don't love that, but I wanted to go here, expect to take, and then you rejoin. This is no longer an isolated queen's pawn.
Sure. I agree. I think that's smart. Then you're really at a draw.
Yeah, it is much more drawish, but
This is This is pressing for black. I think for sure.
yeah.
If anyone's gonna win this game, it should be black.
And you can see that according to the engine, it is currently minus 0.1. A tenth of a pawn advantage. This game very difficult for either side to win, but if somebody's going to win it, it should be black, as you were saying, because you cannot allow this knight to take and break the
There's your
structure.
move.
I don't think it works anymore, because you just push the pawn.
Yeah. But the idea is the same.
Yeah.
It's basically
But it's one move different, right?
Yeah, please take me. But now the bishop's actually getting kicked around a little bit, and you might be getting. I think you're getting the bishop for the knight, unless you take right here. But if you go back, you can keep sort of kicking it around. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Okay.
takes. Yeah, I mean this is okay. This is completely drawn, but it's slightly nicer for black because of the isolated pawn. But it's only one weakness. We talked about two weaknesses earlier.
Yeah. Right, only one weakness, like what we were saying, is it is very hard to punish a weakness. Ooh, I don't love... Okay, it works out, because my initial thought was rook c7, but it is protected by the knight.
What do you do now if you're... I mean, this game is losable, though, at this level for both sides. You just blunder a couple of pawns and whoops, they lost.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are many ways to go wrong, I think. But I would be a little surprised if that happens.
You definitely need to pick a file. I actually wonder if this transformation... Ooh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
As that is, I think, going to be pretty much over.
That's
Just
a
blunders
lot
of
in
work.
exchange,
Yeah,
yeah.
resigns.
Wow. Okay. Now, from what I understand, they are continuing to play with only wins count.
I think so. I don't... Yeah, we'll... It's basically up to the admin team at this point. So we will continue to cast games if they come before us.
Yeah.
Basically, is where I'm at right now.
Which, based on that rule, on that expectation, it is
2-1.
2-1 currently in favor of Josiah.
And a lot of victories for the black pieces in
True.
this so far.
That was a wild blunder to end that game.
Yeah, that was crazy. Just out of nowhere.
I mean, I understand the blunder, right? Like, you don't want to get tortured for the next 10 minutes of playing a rook and knight versus two rooks endgame. Like, that just is... Can you draw it? Yes, but it's miserable, and you're waiting for your opponent to make an error and go down on the clock. But, you know, I probably would resign in that position as well. Like, both these players are at the level where two rooks should beat a rook and knight most of the time. I'd say like 80% of the time. But we will see if they do hit the rematch, or what will happen.
Or if they just wanted to play one more game.
They want to keep playing for how much? Just one more.
Yeah. We're gonna find out.
Yeah.
They will either start or they won't. That's true, actually.
Yeah. Also, for your update, so my current blitz is 1640 with a peak is 1650, and my current rapid is 1630, which is at the peak.
Okay. And you gotta get to 1700 before you.
1700. Oh, we are back in. We are in another Lucchini Gambit.
Nice. All right.
I
And
wonder
then
if
if
Zaya... Or, okay, I wonder if Odin has another opening that they like to play other than E4. Because it is by far their most played.
sure,
But there are way, like, could you play a King's Gambit? Could you play a Vienna?
that is the sign of a true Gotham viewer.
I
Hey,
don't
you
even
should
know
play
how to
the
play
Vienna.
the Vienna. I know it's good, but I don't really know why. Ooh, a fried liver style attack.
All right, let's see it. Can it be refuted? It's already better for white.
I mean,
We could be going to game 7.
We're going to a game 7 Poggers. I think this just wins a pawn.
Yeah, how do you defend this? D4? D5?
D4. Or, yeah,
No,
D5.
D5. Yeah. Counting is
Pawn
hard.
flips 3 squares.
Oh man, going from the other direction is hard. I like the old notation.
What? Queen's Bishop 3?
Yeah.
Oh god.
But then it was 1. It just went 1 to 4 on both sides.
Yeah.
Did you say like Black Kings 3? Is that how you?
Yeah.
Like how do you specify?
I think it would just be King 3. Like you don't have to specify which.
Is this sort of like a track story, by the way?
Kinda.
What is happening?
I don't really understand the point of this tracks. I guess you're just kind of like, haha, I can do it too. But if white castles, then like, what's that?
Right. Show me the receipts. I'm not really Odin deep in thought. This was not in his notes. I don't.
I know it's
I don't
either.
blame him.
I don't know anything about the Lucchini Gambit.
I can't. Yeah, I don't eat my vegetables.
I didn't even know that was an opening you could play.
Neither did I until 10 minutes ago.
Almost an hour ago at this point.
Yeah, very true. You learn something new every day. I got nothing on this position, to be honest with you. I honestly, it's better for white. Why is it better for white? Because of the attack.
Yeah.
Which is faster. That's why. But
I'm honestly a little surprised that Odin has spent as much time as he has thinking about castle.
Same. I'm also, as we've talked about for the players before, I am starting to not be able to calculate as well because I am getting tired. Which we've talked about as like the fatigue thing being a real problem before.
Yeah,
it definitely is. Even for the comment, and I'm not even playing.
What?
Almost the best move too. What? How? Oh, threatening the knight maybe. But
After
you're giving up the-
knight takes, this check is crushing. I think.
Oh. Yeah, maybe black's just toast.
What kind of toast?
Cinnamon swirl.
All right, that's pretty good toast. Okay,
But he takes
give the check.
It should be. Yeah, it's just crushing. Oh, wow, well played. Odin pulling it back. Okay, I think game 7. If it's a tie, it's just a draw. They both get third. We just take it. Take it.
Yeah, it has to be pawn takes, right?
Yeah, and I mean you're completely winning on the spot. Yep.
Yeah, mate and 10.
Mate and 10. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Engine.
Absolutely devastating attack. Because if you push G7, it's check, and then it's gonna be mate, or you just resigns. Wow.
Oh my
What a
God.
devastating game, and it's 2-2, but actually 3-3. All right, best of
Dude,
7.
awesome. These wild attacks. There's definitely a point when you start playing against people that you know or your friends, and you start like playing moves, being like, "Huh, let's find an interesting position." And I always do that. I always put myself in worse positions and end up losing because I'm not that much better than my opponents.
What a game! I mean,
Yeah.
I have no words.
I feel bad. Our production I feel like I'm the only one who's not having fun. Caddy. Oh boy. What a situation.
3-3. We have probably one more game. Allegedly. Allegedly one more game.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Well, they haven't. Are they in another game?
No,
Not yet. Okay.
This is where they just give up. They're like, yeah, that was fun. Bye.
They're done. All right, I resign.
Nobody wins. It's a draw. Chess is a draw anyway.
Yeah. You know what's wild about that last
Tell me.
game?
What you got?
There were 3 pawns taken. That's it.
Really?
Mhm.
Wow.
It was a
That's-
9-game resignation.
Wait, what?
Or 9-move resignation.
That was only 9 moves?
Yeah.
Wow, that was a real
After-
miniature.
Yeah, F takes G6 was 9 moves.
Huh.
Well, all right. Odin, Josiah, we've been having a lot of fun, but we do want you to start Game 7.
We gotta get in game. Carl's gonna fall. I'm gonna be like Milky. I'm
You don't have the
snoozing.
same excuse of being on British time zone.
I know. I go to bed. Hey, I go to bed early. I'm old.
What time do you go to bed?
Usually, I go to bed at 9 o'clock my time.
Oh.
So I
That's
wake
like
up at I wake
30
up at 5. I know. I wake up at 5 o'clock because I go to the gym.
What are you
before
doing
I
at
go to work.
5 in the morning? It's
I go to the gym.
the sun won't rise for another like 4 hours.
No. The sunrise is like 6:30. What?
What?
Oh, that's true. Wait. Well, there's daylight savings time. Wait, I'm confused. Okay, it's like I feel like the sunrise is at.
You're
I
in
can actually tell you. Sunrise is at 7:15.
Michigan sunrise time. No. Okay,
7:15
it is. It's 7:48 according to Google.
in Michigan. Yeah, but I'm in Wisconsin, so it's early.
Oh,
Sorry, can't help
all
you with
right.
that.
Okay.
I,
Respect.
well, I
All
get
right,
some-
hold
okay.
on.
No, I get up at 5, and I go to the gym, and I get back from the gym at like 6. They're in game, by the way. I get back at like 6:15, and so I shower, have breakfast,
Oh, they're in
and then
game.
and then I leave for work at like 7 o'clock.
Okay. All right.
So I'm old. I go to bed early. That's the joke, at least.
Another ready. Another symmetrical ready.
Wow. Well, like somebody just play C4. No, but like first.
Ooh.
We saw. Is this the earliest we've seen it so far?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's
See,
an
this is a
angle
move I
Indian.
normally play C4 on, but typically there's a D4 pawn.
Deep in thought. This was
All right,
not.
Odin, it is move.
This was not Odin's notes.
It's okay. If you don't know, you can just play C5.
Right. We are early enough. He's gonna spend a minute on move 2.
Oh. Oh. Take it.
This was in nobody's notes.
Oh.
The engine bar is just moving. It's like me at the gym in the morning. Cooking. And again, there it goes.
It's Neo Cataleb who got there in potentially the weirdest move order possible.
Yeah. Weird enough that the opening is just English opening, Neo Catalan defense, 4 Bishop G2, C5, 5 castles.
Yeah, see.
It just lists the moves, you know you messed up.
Yeah, especially if you transpose into them.
Yeah.
That's the funny part.
Yeah. Wow.
I can tell both players are having fun, but they're a little tired. Right.
Yes.
Because they're playing this opening the same way I play a lot of my bullet games, which are just kind of spam moves to get like a reasonable looking position and then play from there, you know?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. B3. Excuse me, going for more Fiend Kettlewing. That makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Fiend Kettlewing, it's a fun word at least, you know?
Yeah. Do you know what it means?
Doesn't that mean like little window or something?
Little knives,
Little knives, okay.
I think.
Fien means. Wait, it means knife?
I think so.
Because Ketto's gotta mean little. I don't know. I don't speak Italian. To be honest.
I'm pretty sure it's little knives. Because
Okay.
I think like fianchi, kind of like
It's game,
flank
it's, game,
knives.
it's game 7, I'm looking it up. Fianchetto. It is apparently. Wait, hold on. This isn't helpful at all. I just want to know what the word means. It means little flank, apparently.
Oh,
Yes.
darn. I thought I was so smart.
Old.
Anyway.
It's from Old French flanc.
Fionk, Edo.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, now we know, and now you know.
It actually means it is the same root as fiance.
Oh.
It's like the same idea.
Yeah, you're gonna outflank her at your wedding?
I don't. We haven't gotten to that part yet.
You need to figure out who they are first.
No comment.
Okay. This position, again, very complicated, but big time advantage going in for Josiah.
Yes.
Feel like we're commentating an earlier game again.
Yeah, the positions seem to sort of blend. I feel like we had another quiet queen move earlier that the engine hated.
Yeah.
Like very, very similar.
Except I think last time it was C2.
I think so. Yeah. He's trying all the squares. I'm wondering what was in that position that was so strong for the engine to be this upset that it didn't get played. Because usually that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But is there, like, when the engine's going back and forth like this, is there some sort of move that isn't being seen? But it's there every time, right? I'm thinking something like, can you take in the center and open up the bishop, maybe?
It's either opening up the center or playing d4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's usually what it is. Usually, like, some pawn push that is not obvious to humans why it's good.
But is actually crushing.
Yeah.
Or not crushing, but, better.
Whenever I go back and do one of my game reviews afterwards, and they're like, oh my god, you made 7 mistakes, and it's all the same pawn push, and I'm like, okay, all right, computer. Like, if I didn't see it on a previous move, I'm not going to see it this time.
Yeah, I actually made one mistake. I just made it a lot.
Yeah.
D4 was not the move, evidently.
Evidently.
Computer not pleased.
Now, the one thing is both queens are currently protected, but they can both become loose very quickly. Oh. Wow. All right, C&D files opening up. It's at queen's pawn position again.
Yes, it is. Oh, no, I think you wanted to take on C4, maybe, to open up the queen's attack. I'm not sure. I'm tired, but that seemed correct. Because you would have had the queen and the knight both attacking the knight, and if the knight had moved, the queen was undefended behind it.
Ooh, true. But now, both the bishop and the queen on a long diagonal, potentially giving checkmate at some point.
Yep.
And now the question is, will Odin play fast enough to actually have this even position mean something?
True. Queen now
Also,
hanging.
yeah, you do not trade queens here. I'm pretty confident it's queen takes c4 is the move here.
What about queen d2? You
Uh,
probably just kick the queen out.
Queen d2?
After right now
Oh.
for black. Sorry. I don't think there is anything. I think it looks sort of scary, but I don't actually think you get anywhere.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Could you just play
I
rook
almost
b1?
wonder if you just play rook
B1, rook
c7
B1.
in response.
Possible, yeah. Oh, smart. I like that idea, actually. B5 instead.
Huh. All right. Similar
Queen over.
kind of idea, but now there's a kind of neat discovery. Nah, it doesn't work.
I don't think you're really getting anything super substantial off that, but it looks fun. Deep in thought.
Well, let's get these bishops off the board, I think, is the next step for
I
Odin.
agree. Yeah. That seems likely. Down a couple of minutes. I think that's noteworthy at this point. Starting to become down a substantial amount of time.
Is this how all of the wins for Josiah have come? It's just flagging Odin?
Yes, actually. Both games he's won, he's done by flagging.
Yeah.
So see if he can do it again.
Yeah, I think Josiah has kind of gotten to the idea of like, okay, you know, if I play this for too much fun, I'm just going to get blasted off the board again. Let's not do that. Especially now that it is next win wins everything.
Yes.
Do you take or do you make them take you?
I would make them take me probably.
Yeah. Get an extra move. I'm looking at Rook FD1.
Why the F rook?
So I can put the A
Other
rook
one
on
on
the C file.
C1?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That makes sense to me. I would do it now, maybe? Setting up your own assorted discoveries.
Hmm.
Interesting. If you play Rook C1, say some like pass whatever, say it's your turn again, and then Knight D5, you could take with black, opening the discovery against the queen.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about that.
And then you could end up with some sort of weird queen trade. Knight in the middle, knight takes, but the rooks open up, rook takes, bishop takes, queen. It's a wild position. I think that'd be fun.
I have a lot of fun.
I don't know if the players would have so much fun, but it might be
Maybe
interesting. to
Caddy. How much fun would Caddy have? I think it's.
watch. Well, I think a lot. Loads, I would say.
Whoa.
Huh.
Not a
Okay.
fan.
That was not anywhere close to what I had as my number one move.
No, it's not
You
in
can
my
just
top 10.
you can just take it, right? With the knight?
No. Yes.
Yeah, because the discovery.
Oh my gosh, and now it puts pressure on the C3 knight?
I think
Why
you're
is
just
this
losing a piece.
only -1?
Yeah, aren't you just losing a piece? I guess not. Now you are. Okay, so there, white had something, because now this is a I'm losing a piece sort of number.
Yeah.
Did you have?
We'll go back. I'm curious.
I'm very curious. I'm perplexed by what you had there.
Oh wait, no, Rook C1 here?
No, but I
think
guess not.
Yeah, I'm doing it back.
The engine doesn't seem to agree, but
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no.
okay. Also,
And you
watch out
can't-
for checks. Watch out for the eventually. Just as a
Yeah, hold on.
if the queen moves.
If the knight moves, it's checkmate.
Oh, true. Okay. Solidifying.
I want to play Rook D3.
Just build up pressure.
Yeah.
Probably not a bad idea.
I think that runs into Rook D8. Oh, even better.
Ooh. But you're okay. Interesting. First of all, don't get mated.
Yeah.
I assume you take the queen, but then you lose your own queen. That's why I'm
Queen
worried
takes
about
rook?
like.
No, queen takes
Doesn't
rook
work,
doesn't
you
work
get
because you're checkmated.
I think you have to take the queen. I mean, it's crushing, but
Yeah, you're just up a piece and a pawn.
Yeah.
Trade, 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 trade.
it would be more exciting if he blunders mate in one, but that seems unlikely. Or you could just say, I don't care at all, and play knight c3 again.
That would be.
That seems subpar to me, but that's just me.
Yeah. Wow. How do you not just end up down a piece here as black? Because if knight takes queen, rook takes queen, now you have your knight and your bishop hanging. Oh, bishop then f6.
Well, you can play knight f5. Oh, okay.
Wait,
Or,
no.
yeah,
If
that works.
hold on. Okay, so if
Draw some
takes
arrows.
takes, so the light square bishops see each other. The dark square bishop is looking here.
I think we're gonna get to see it. So you take the queen.
Yeah.
I think you take the light square bishop now with check.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, this is the crucial move. Yeah, okay, and if they find it.
Good.
Okay.
Smart. Now you
But
can
this
defend.
doesn't even work because it's being attacked twice.
No, I think you just move the knight now to f5.
Oh, knight back. Oh, yeah. Knight f5. Good find.
But then g4. And bishop. You put the bishop somewhere. Surely. You attack the rook.
G4 and
Bishop
then you
d8.
attack it?
Oh, sure. Maybe. Fascinating. It's definitely close.
Yeah.
That seems like it works. Very sharp. 2 minutes on the clock for Odin, 4 minutes for Josiah. Somebody's going to win this game, surely. There's G4.
Okay.
I think you have to...
One of these moves has to be an attack. Okay.
we think that was the correct move. The engine seems to agree.
Now, how do you wiggle out of this? You just protect it with a rook, but then after trades, this is hanging at the end. What do you do in response to here?
Thinking.
Takes. Well, then it's...
I don't think that works. You have to move the knight somewhere and defend, but you can't. Are you? It's such a big advantage. It seems likely you can save both pieces. To me, like that seems like that's what the level of the advantage is.
Oh, can you give this check?
Oh.
Here?
Okay, we're making progress. But where do I go then? I like the idea. I just don't.
At some point, I think you have to give the check. But Odin doesn't have a whole lot of time to figure it out. Gives the check.
That was not the right move.
And then I think this is a desperado at the end.
Yeah, I honestly don't see what was better there. Still better for black. No longer better for black. That is how quickly this game can change. Because and the engine is not always human, right? The engine is rarely human.
Yeah, a lot of the moves are kind of.
I mean, right? That may have been a crazy line that we would not see in an hour, or it might have been something we just we're about to find. It doesn't we don't? There's no way to know, right? I mean, it might have been something sort of you'd find in 2 minutes.
And once you know it, you're like, oh, obviously.
Right, and that happened in the Caruana Carlson World Championship, like the fortress that wasn't a fortress.
Yeah. As soon as you see like the refutation, you're like, oh, that makes sense. But
right,
the problem is you have to figure it out first.
You have to figure it out when you don't know it's a puzzle.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Fabi said. He told the reporters were trying to explain it to him, and they were like, well, if we knew it was a puzzle, like I think we'd find it in 5 minutes. But we think it's a draw, so it's sort of like earlier when they agreed to a draw. You sort of are just thinking it's a draw. And here we go, rook endgame. Another drawn rook endgame. Theoretically drawn.
Okay, you can't. Okay, that
practically works. Anything but. You can just sacrifice the pawn. That's fine.
I mean, it's still an even number of pawns. Oh, not anymore.
Wow. Oh, Odin only down to 35 seconds. 2. 30 seconds. Very, very scary. I think Odin's losing this. I think Josiah's going to pull it back.
Yeah, it's so hard. Rook C2 seems crushing at some point.
2 draws and 2 losses later. Josiah cooking for 3rd place. Rook infiltrates, but 15 seconds for Odin. He's got to move quickly. The skewer threatened. Gets out of the skewer. Natural move, too. Odin now spending way too long in my view. 4 seconds. Just take the punts. Move, move, move. You've got to blitz it all out and hope that he blunders, but there's 2 minutes on the clock on the other side for Josiah. Theoretically drawn.
King C5.
Can he squeak out some
Okay.
sort of draw in 4 seconds? It's back to a draw.
Oh! What?
And he flags. Odin goes down.
Oh
3
my
wins
gosh.
for Josiah all on time. What a crazy evening.
What a crazy
is-
way to end.
Josiah that takes 3rd place in the Western region in a best of 7, essentially coming out 4-3.
Both Josiah and JC from the California Virtual Academy eliminating Odin almost exclusively, their wins coming in on time and knocking him out. But that also means that the 3rd place done, that only leaves us 1 more match to go over here in the Western region. That is going to be a couple of players that we've seen a little bit. We saw JC in the finals, but they're going up against a player that I have never seen before. And they're not listed as having a school. They are just said, instead of having a school at the beginning, it is chess dash Honbo-san. I haven't seen any of their
I think
games.
we've commentated Tombo-san before.
Have we?
I think so. I don't remember a lot about them, but
I don't remember them. It's possible that you did it with
All right.
somebody else.
oh, that's possible. I think I have at least cast Tombo-san.
Yeah. Well, either way, that is all we have. 7 games is what it took Josiah to take down Odin this time around. And because I know our production wants to get out of here, let's go ahead and get through this relatively quickly. Remember, at the Stride Esports League, we have different games every single day of the week. League of Legends, chess, Fortnite, Rocket League, and of course, ending our week, as always, with Valorant. I have been Joshi, coming at you yet again, and we have Carl back from his sickness. It's good to have you back, Carl. We will be back to see all of you guys next week, same time, same place, for the finals of all the different regions of the Chess Tuesday Stride Esports League. See you then.